not all thoughts and perspectives shared today are their own, are not meant to represent those of their employers. And you'll notice that this our theme today aligns with their incredible document, that movement that they've started. And so I'm so very pleased to have them join us for kicking off this wonderful conference. So take it away.
So good morning, everyone, and thank you, Dawn, and thank you to the San Jose State University King Library OA 25 Conference Planning Committee for inviting Catherine and myself to represent the Defend Research Group and kick off this amazing conference. Just to recap what Dawn said, this conference is really amazing. It's been going on every 2 years since 2013, and it's provided a really important place for scholarly communication members to gather and to discuss the significant issues related to open access. And I think this is more important now than ever. Opportunities for our community to come together at this moment are so critical when higher education is under such fierce attack. So we are both very grateful to be here today to talk with all of you about the pressing need to defend research and to defend our national knowledge and education infrastructure. And no image better expresses that need than this list of words censored by the US government that PEN America has been compiling since March 2025. And you'll notice that not only is this image on our opening slide, but it's on our backgrounds. Catherine and I were talking about this last night and wondering if we should have it in both places, but I feel like it's such a powerful image. And when she landed on this idea, we thought, you know what, this is what we need to double down on. So it just really underscores what's happening right now. So January 20th, 2025 was the day that this all began. It was a disastrous day for freedom of expression in this country. Donald Trump was inaugurated for a second term and signed many, many executive orders, including these three pictured here. And when you look at these, sometimes if you read them just right, the titles seem sort of reasonable, but when you look at them closely and when you actually read the content of them, they actually mean the exact opposite of what they say. And these orders, these three specific orders, unleashed a torrent of censorship targeting research on many grounds, but particularly anything recognizing perspectives and experience beyond those of cisgender straight white men, anything having to do with climate change, and anything at all with a critical perspective on the United States. So as these headlines show, and I have a series of these that Catherine's going to swing through, once these executive orders were signed, the newly appointed heads of federal agencies like the Centers for Disease Control, the National Science Foundation, the National Institutes of Health, and the Department of Agriculture immediately implemented rules and procedures ensuring that research activities associated with their agencies were in line with the administration's restrictions. The quick step from executive orders to direct censorship was shocking and alarming. As an academic librarian, as someone who has conducted their own research, and as a member of the public, the likely harm from these actions was immediately clear, and the speed with which they were enacted made it obvious that a strong public response from the scholarly community was necessary right away. But that response didn't come. The organizations and higher education leaders I expected to speak out remained quiet, even as more damaging actions unfolded. Excuse me. I realized that there was no time to wait and that this was no time for silence. If I felt that there was a need, then I had to find others who felt similarly. So I drafted up my idea for a declaration that any individual or organization could sign to publicly register their condemnation of research censorship, and then shared it with Catherine to see if it resonated, and if so, if she would be interested in joining me to turn this into a reality.
Is my sound okay? Can everyone hear me?
Good.
Great. Okay, so as these early actions from the administration were unfolding, I was feeling more and more concerned about a shift in tone and rhetoric that to me signaled the beginnings of an all-out assault on academic research in particular and higher education more generally. I experienced both a sense of urgency and the frustration of not knowing how to channel my concerns productively. And it was business as usual at work in these early days. The threat was not yet manifest in the many ways we see it now, so we carried on as if nothing had changed. The cognitive dissonance between this unaltered work environment and my strong sense of a looming threat was profound for me. So when Lisa proposed her idea for an advocacy group focused specifically on the problem of censorship within scholarly communication, I was eager to get involved. While it was made clear by my institution that I was not in a position to participate in advocacy work in my official capacity as the Director of Publishing Archives and Digitization at the California Digital Library, I felt compelled to act as a private citizen precisely because of my professional understanding of the necessity of unfettered scholarly communication. If I didn't act, how could I hope to protect the academic freedom that informs the 90 journals in our publishing program, or the ethos of shared knowledge that drives our program's commitment to open access publishing, or the very research that these publications are an outcome of? I removed my title from my Blue Sky account, which was linked to the declaration, and I jumped in. Blue Sky served as a helpful resource for finding the folks who were already sounding the alarm about censorship and the mounting restrictions on scholarly research and communication. Through our networks, we immediately identified Alice Meadows, Peter Suber, and Sarah Rui as important and engaged voices in this space, and we invited them to join our efforts to craft what became the Declaration to Defend Research Against U.S. Government Censorship. Lisa led with her initial vision for what was at stake, and we all chimed in to develop an advocacy document that would speak compellingly to our communities, the libraries, the scholars, the publishers, the funders, and other scholarly communication advocates from all walks of life. As we were nearing completion of the declaration, we sent out teasers to our communities on Blue Sky and Mastodon to get folks interested. With the declaration complete, we started circulating it for signature to friends and family and then to our professional communities, again as private citizens. We got quick uptake with many people signing on in those early days as news of the declaration spread across the US and beyond. We actually got a ton of signatures from Germany, for example. We felt the loss of Twitter as a professional gathering spot pretty acutely, but we did our best to make the declaration as broadly visible as we could. And not only did we get thousands of individual signatures, we started to get organizational signatures as well, and they have grown substantially over time. Though the signature rate has now slowed, we are nearing 5,000 signatories. Lisa is putting the link to sign the declaration in the chat in case you all want to help get us over the hump. That would be amazing. And here is a list of prominent organizations that have signed the declaration, among hundreds of others, including researcher advocacy groups, publishers, journals, consortia, and infrastructure providers. Lisa, were you able to add it to the chat? Okay, great.
Yep, it's in there and everybody should be able to get to it.
Wonderful. But as eager as we are for people to read the declaration and sign it, either as individuals or as representatives of organizations or both, these signatures are just a starting point. We realized early on that our more pressing goal is to engage this community of signatories in additional actions to address the growing censorship attacks on scholarly communication. We've been delighted to see supporting organizations and other major stakeholders writing anti-censorship statements of their own that reference the declaration and affirm our shared values, including Scientific American, Nature, and the Association of University Presses. And members of our team have been invited, Lisa's been talking everywhere, have been invited to interviews to discuss why censorship is a crucial issue for people to pay attention to right now. This slide shows a sampling of those kinds of efforts to spread the word, in many cases well beyond academia. We also continue to reach out to our signatories every few weeks through a newsletter, updating them on opportunities for further action to defend research against U.S. government censorship. I see a hand raised. Should we act on that? Deborah Warren has her hand raised.
No, keep going.
Okay. So recognizing the need for an ongoing home for encouraging action amongst concerned people, including and beyond our signatories, we have established the defendresearch.org website. The site is meant both as a call to action, as you can see from this homepage, and as a portal into all the activities our group is involved in, many of which Lisa will describe in a few moments. But before handing off to her, I just want to highlight a few actions that we've used the website to encourage people to participate in, with toolkits that provide guidance and sample communications to help them get started. First, we're encouraging them to make calls to elected officials to demand support for scientific research and to demand resistance to federal agency censorship activities. We're also encouraging them to write letters to the editor, focusing on local news outlets, engaging local communities, and understanding what is at stake for them in the censorship of specifically scientific and health information. And finally, we're seeking testimonials from researchers discussing how their research has been halted or compromised by these acts of censorship and what that means for their communities. We display these on the site. Okay, back to Lisa.
Great, thank you. So as Catherine mentioned, our goal hasn't just been to collect signatures and register public dissent, although that was our first step. But what we want to do is raise the broadest possible awareness and generate action in order to end censorship of research and be part of stopping the overall attack on the national research, education, and knowledge infrastructure. So a primary focus of the group has been to reach those most directly impacted by research censorship and the attack on higher education. And we've been taking every opportunity we can to connect and talk about this work with scholarly community colleagues in the United States and beyond. You can click again. We were thrilled to discover, and once more, that the conference organizers of this event had selected Defend Research as a conference theme and invited us to speak with all of you about this work. I see a message about some access issues. Do we need to pause for a minute?
I think it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But ending the administration's attack on research requires greater numbers of individuals speaking out against this harm, much more than the number of folks who are in the academy. So we are also finding opportunities to talk about government censorship with people who are outside higher education, underscoring, as stated in the declaration, that research generates globally shared knowledge that serves humanity. In other words, the knowledge produced by federally supported research across all disciplines is a global public good and is essential to the common welfare. And actually, I wanted to just underscore that for a minute. We are very clear in the work that we're doing that this is not about one part of the research enterprise. This is about all disciplines, from the humanities to social sciences to STEM. This is about all research and all scholarly inquiry. And that's something that we raise everywhere we speak and everywhere we write. And it's a really important part of this work. So participating in events like those on this slide is a really good way to get the message out to folks not part of higher ed institutions and to let them know about the dangers of research censorship and the tremendously negative consequences for all of us. But just as critically, these events are also a way to inspire people to take action, to go from awareness to doing something by providing the very concrete steps that people can take using the toolkits that Catherine described earlier. Growing numbers of people motivated to take action to stop censorship is important, but another important piece is building solidarity. And solidarity is essential because the areas we're fighting to defend are interconnected. And to be a little bit of a librarian, Boolean nerd for a minute, this is a moment of and, not or. I thought about this a lot this morning. Or, of course, like increases your search result set, but we want things that are overlapping. We want that connectedness. We don't want limitness, but we want to realize that we need to be working together in concert and to be aware of each other, even as we're expansive. So since the higher education community first began resisting the administration's attacks, our group has been on the lookout for opportunities to forge partnerships and amplify the work of other efforts to protect research and education and to protect faculty, students, and staff. This has been challenging because despite alignment on perspectives, the many groups and initiatives taking action vary so greatly in size, specificity of focus, and type of organization. Some groups, like the American Association of University Professors and the Union of Concerned Scientists, have existed for decades. Others, like Stand Up for Science, formed as an impromptu group during this crisis and have now become formal nonprofits. And others, like ours, Defend Research, remain small collaborative initiatives. But we're committed to finding ways to join forces with others, and declaration signatories have told us they share this priority as well. Fortunately, we have a solid foundation to start from with all the organizations that have added their names to the declaration. We're especially grateful to Emerald Publishing, who energetically embraced the Defend Research initiative from the beginning and are helping us spread the word in so many different ways. We also appreciate organizations like the Union of Concerned Scientists that early on invited us to share our work in their venues. And most recently, we formed a collaboration with Every Library, a group that has done so much to defend public libraries and is now active in the fight to protect academic libraries. So be on the lookout for announcements about joint plans with them, including webinars and more.
Okay, back to me. So I want to begin by apologizing for this GIF, which you may find agitating. I chose it because I'm a huge fan of Schitt's Creek, but also because it really captures the anxiety that and I suspect many of you are feeling right now. Our group has faced challenges along the way that have forced us to reflect on our goals and strategies for this effort. We've often felt overwhelmed by the chaos and the noise and the destructive acts that we were witnessing as members of the academic community. Are we focusing too narrowly on the specific topic of censorship when knowledge is being compromised at a much greater scale by the radical defunding of scholarly research based on political agendas that are founded on a fundamental distrust of data and expertise? Can we ask people to pay attention to the growing problem of censorship when they are already experiencing a deluge of catastrophic news on a daily basis? And perhaps the most daunting of all of these questions, does anyone really care? How many folks are just fine with these mounting restrictions, either because they don't understand their implications or because they don't think any of it matters anyway? In the midst of these moments of existential crisis, we've tried to focus on the fact that we cannot right all these wrongs ourselves. The academic world has become very rapidly an unrecognizable and fraught environment with all manner of demons knocking at the door, but we don't have to let them in. Perhaps the best we can all do right now is find the issue that animates us most strongly and do our part to protect that space. For our group, that has been identifying and calling out efforts to compromise research and more broadly the scholarly record by censoring the knowledge and information that should and must be available to society as a public good.
So to close, we firmly believe that small actions can grow in their influence and make a significant impact for significant change. There's no denying that this is an overwhelming time, perhaps especially within higher education and the research and knowledge domain writ large. And sometimes it feels hard to know what steps to take or if any given step matters enough to take. It's impossible to tell what will make a difference, but what is certain is that doing nothing means nothing will change. In other words, anything is better than nothing. So listen to yourself and go where your heart is taking you, whether that means sharing a public statement or putting on an inflatable costume. Whatever we feel drawn to is worth trying, is worth inviting others to try with us, and it's worth saying yes when someone else asks us to join them. And in that spirit, we're sure that many of you are working on exciting efforts or have ideas that you haven't yet put into motion. And we would love for you to share those in the chat when that opens up so that all of us can follow up. And I will also be sharing the form for signing the declaration again, because that truly is one of the easiest things that everybody can start doing is to sign that declaration and then take the next steps that we have outlined there and the other steps that you may be thinking of. So thank you very much to everybody for having us, and we are really looking forward to talking with you all for the rest of this hour.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Virtual applause. All right. So we've already had a couple of questions that were, I think, more housekeeping in the Q&A. My colleagues are going to open up chat now so people can start putting in their questions or comments, right? If you want to share, put those into chat. We do have one question in the Q&A that I'm going to read to you. So in the Q&A, it says, I wonder if the decline of North American dominance over publication of research and resources would support the rise of Global South academic research and publication.
I can start that. This is definitely something that we've talked about and has come up in different venues where we've been presenting. And I think the answer is yes and no. And in some ways, that would be a good thing, right? There is too much, the United States has too much of an influence in research around the world. That's my opinion. And I think it would be good for there to be balance, for there to be more balance. I don't think this is the best way to get there. This is an extremely destructive way to get there. And it also has negative impacts on research communities around the world. So scholars I know in other countries are experiencing extreme negative impacts to their work because they have lost funding from the United States. So that's local research that's relevant to local communities that is now paused or maybe won't proceed because that funding is no longer there. I mean, that's a problem in itself, that local research in other countries was dependent on the largesse of the US government or US funders. So that is a problem. So, we could end up with a more balanced world. It's hard to know what is going to fall away along that path, but yeah, I think that may be where we end up. I don't know if you have anything to add there, Catherine.
I mean, I agree with everything you've said, Lisa. I would just say that, eliminating funding to the degree that it's being eliminated here doesn't mean it gets rebalanced. It's not being spent somewhere else. It just means that there's less funding in science, full stop, and in research, full stop. And so, a lot of these research projects are international and they aren't, limited to researchers in the United States. They're global initiatives. And so this is a huge loss in general for the scholarly community. And hopefully something good comes of it, but we can see a lot of detrimental effects as well.
I mean, one really exciting initiative that is just the kind of thing I think this person who asked this question might have in mind is the alternative to PubMed Central and PubMed that's being built in Europe right now. And it's not it's not a mirror of PubMed. It's not intended to be just exactly PubMed. It's intended to be something even better. And it's really, really exciting. It's going to have literature from everywhere. It's going to work in multiple languages. It's just a much more expansive view. And it's a multinational effort. It's got community engagement from the start. It's not depending on a particular country. So I think that is really exciting and is beneficial to the whole world. And I don't think it would have started if it weren't for this crisis in the United States. So again, while I think the price that's being paid is very, very high, and it would have been great to see this kind of change happen in a more measured and less destructive way, I think there will be some things coming out of this that are beneficial to all of us.
Thank you for that.
Oh,
yes, so we have another question asking for context to the frogs together strong. What does that mean?
so in the demonstrations that started in Portland in response to ICE and the militarized forces sent there, folks started wearing inflatable costumes. I think it's actually started with a chicken, but frogs became the more ubiquitous inflatable figure that appeared everywhere in Portland and has shown up in demonstrations everywhere across the United States. And the idea behind this is that we can meet really scary things with courage and whimsy at the same time and connect with each other and be stronger together through our bravery and our hope for a better world that is positive, and that includes joy as well as the need to fight. And if we do this together, we are stronger. And together doesn't necessarily mean in lockstep. It can mean that somebody has an idea that resonates with somebody else, and all of a sudden you have thousands of people across the country wearing inflatable costumes that spark conversation about what it means to resist and what kind of world we're building. So that's what Frogs Together Strong means to me.
Thank you. All right, we have another question. Can you say more about how you balance doing the advocacy work that many will see as political in light of needing to do the work as private citizens? In what context, if any, can you bring these issues up in your work in your regular roles?
I think I'll jump in here. I think, increasingly our workspace, our work environment is a place for advocacy. I think that that the University of California is catching up now to well, very much engaged in a lot of these issues. And there's a UC advocacy network that we're involved in that gives us, work sanctioned ways to contact our representatives and to advocate on behalf of our institution. I will say that, for example, our sensitivity to censorship meant that we were sort of on high alert, looking for ways in which these actions might compromise our own publishing program. And so when the letters started going out some months ago to scholarly journals, asking them to justify their ways of making decisions about what gets published and what doesn't, we sort of anticipated that we needed to have an action plan for our program, and we spoke to the director of our unit, and then engaged with the Office of General Counsel to talk about the ways in which UC could or could not advise our editors in a situation like that. But that became, a very sort of work-centric approach to thinking about these acts of censorship, and we had lawyers employed by UC thinking with us about strategies for that. So we're finding ways to sort of, embed this concern and this attention in our own publishing program because it's so relevant to what we're doing. I mean, it's about academic freedom. And so in this way, I think that the institution is increasingly interested in understanding what's happening and in thinking with us through these issues. Lisa, do you have a similar impression, a different impression?
Well, I mean, of course, everything that you described is true and is happening, and it is good to see UC taking a much more energetic response. Actually, from the first day that our new UC president came in, he was very clear about being part of this fight, and that was a relief. But we, as individual worker bees, still operate under a lot of restrictions about what we can say about not using our email addresses or affiliations. So it's really, really tricky. And I think we spend time thinking about it. So certainly I have a lot of private conversations with colleagues. We have casual social conversations, and I try to bring things up and try to answer questions. I forward articles and messages as they come up that I think are just about core issues. I mean, these are all, in my opinion, these are core issues within our space. So I'm relatively liberal about what I share, and just put it out there as a piece of information and let it be known that I'm happy to talk with anybody about anything. And I try to find other networks where my dual identity, where I have a dual identity. So I'm on a network because of what I do professionally, but my presence there is my personal presence. So yeah, it's tricky. It's really, really tricky. I think we're really lucky in California. If, I'm on I'm on the DLF Committee for Equity and Inclusion, and there are folks there from embattled states that don't have the privileges that we do to speak and operate under a lot more constraints. So I don't know. It is tricky. I think it's important to find all the ways that you can speak, talk to whomever you can, and just navigate it every day.
An interesting sort of challenge is to figure out how much you can push also. We agitate a little bit within our work environment for more attention on these topics. Our work environment is not hostile to this, and many people, as Lisa's saying, are in a work environment that can be. And so if you feel that you have the latitude and you can sort of raise topics with folks at work that feel relevant to your work and are important. And increasingly, these conversations are our work. I mean, I would say that the shift has been pretty dramatic in the last few months. And almost every meeting we have now is, prefaced by the recognition that things are very much in flux, that there is, that there is an assault on higher education, and we need to think about the ways that we can continue to protect information and ensure that the information that we steward is is, well preserved, and that there aren't ways in which, these things can be dismantled. So I think that it really has become, without politicizing it per se, the recognition of the threat is absolutely necessary to do the things we need to be doing as libraries in this moment.
And just to pick up on something that you said, Catherine, I think another really important piece of activism and advocacy and work in this moment is finding those specific areas of threat in your program, in your actual work, and figuring out what needs to happen to defend that or protect it or advance it. Like the example Catherine gave of, worrying about if our journals were going to be contacted and wanting to get a couple steps ahead of that. So that was very specific to our work. And that's part of what this activism is all about. It's the general attack, but then also, in our workspaces, what do we need to do as part of our work to make sure that that attack that isn't successful? So I think that would be another strategy too. I'm not going to get the name right. Standing Up for Higher Education is a really great organization that has some great toolkits for organizing groups within your institution to protect each other, support the work that's going on in your institution. And that's their message too. Like, find colleagues who are sympathetic and figure out what you can do to ensure that faculty, students, staff, librarians, everyone is protected, but also that the work can continue.
Thank you. I'm going to jump down in the Q&A because I see one that I think will follow that previous question nicely. So someone writes in the chat, in the Q&A, I am the managing editor of a CSU, so California State University, CSU Open Access Journal. Is there some unique way I can contribute to this movement in this capacity? And I think we probably have more publishers and journal editors in our midst. So do you have any thoughts?
I mean, one of the things that we've been doing with our editors is developing sort of educational and training resources for them to share with each other and with their editorial boards. We have one that's focused on DEIA and scholarly communication, where we make a space for the editors to learn more about different practices that one can engage in to ensure representation, and to make sure that there is a sort of broad understanding of the scholarly record and what, how important it is to hear many voices. Because part of what's happening here with the censorship push is the silencing of perspectives. It's not just the elimination of all these words behind, but it's the sort of the impulse is anyone working in those spaces, anyone interested in these perspectives is no longer interesting to us. And so asserting that to your author community, that we are a journal that continues to have a strong interest in broad perspectives, it seems really crucial and something that we're advocating for with our own journals. And then, sometimes journals will make a statement. There'll be an editorial statement, an editorial note in an issue that affirms the values of the journal. And that's another thing that we've seen editors doing.
That latter action, I think, is a really critical one right now. I think there more visibility and more public stances on the part of academic entities and journals is really, really important. And that sends a really strong message to those authors that Catherine was just talking about and to the scholars who want to read that research. So I think that's a really good concrete step that you could take.
Thank you. All right, so this one has been waiting for a while. How do you calm your anxiety and worries to keeping forward towards action?
We have two very different strategies on that, I think. Do you want to start, Catherine, or do you want me to start?
Well, I'll start because mine is, I think that mine is more banal. I've actually been thinking a lot about ways to sort of redirect my nervous energy, because I find that I can really, go down a rabbit hole and just start to feel the futility of all of this. And so I'm trying to control the intake of information that I'm receiving, and to, not doom scroll as much as I am inclined to do. And I've started exercising a lot because I need a place to put that energy so that I can refocus my mind. So I'm getting up early and I'm exercising and then I'm going to work, and I'm feeling more settled. I think that one of the things that's really important, and something that I was trying to express, though the GIF may have distracted you while I was saying it, is that, you just simply cannot engage in everything that comes up and everything that you're enraged by. You can't fix it. And so, giving yourself the grace to understand that you can feel deeply troubled by what you're seeing, but you can't personally address every single thing that is troubling you seems really, really important. And having an outlet, having a place where you feel like, oh, I can do something here. This is a place where I can pour my energy in, and I can see that this is important to me, not only me, but to other people. And I can see that this will have some kind of an impact, even at the local level. Also, be kind to people. I mean, I'm finding that kindness just it's sort of the killer app here. This is a cruel, cruel space increasingly. And so the more that we can bring kindness and care to our interactions, the better.
Here on that. For me, anxiety and worry is really managed by action. I just always need to be doing something that addresses the things that I'm anxious or angry about. And so doing something that feels like it's going to move something forward is really helpful to me, whatever it is. And then also being on the lookout for what other people are doing, one, because I might want to participate, but just seeing all the different things that people are doing, I just find so inspiring and I don't know, just awesome. I mean, the creativity that people have, the humor, the hard work, the analysis, that is really, really helpful to me. So it's not really doom scrolling, although unfortunately there's some doom involved in the scrolling to find those wonderful things. But it's part of that. Like really having a very expansive view of what's happening, but also setting real limits on that kind of perusing and staying up to speed on things, because even the great actions that people are taking are tied to this really awful time. So I've had a lot of hard lessons this year about setting limits, and I've started setting really strong limits on how much time I spend either on the own direct work that I'm doing or on finding out what other people are doing.
Thank you. Okay, so there's been a request for the background that you both have in your Zooms to be able to purchase as a large poster. So I'll let you address that in chat maybe. Let's skip down to the next question. This is a follow-up to the question about the Global South. What current open access initiatives and other projects beyond OA that you may know of, or ones that you can imagine, could address the unevenness in the production of knowledge between the South and the North? And then they cite an example, Laura Chernowich, maybe, from Cape Town on Journal Publishing, and then provides a link.
So, the thing about open access, and particularly Diamond open access, is it isn't even a North American model. It's a model that has already taken root and is thriving in places like Central and South America and in other places around the world. There is, in fact, an action plan for Diamond open access that involves Science Europe, Coalition S, Operas, and the French National Research Agency, in concert with UNESCO. And these folks are talking about how to engage the broader community, how to think about how what Diamond open access means in different geographical locations. There are now regular summits, Diamond Open Access summits, that are happening all over the world. I attended one in Toluca, Mexico a couple of years ago. There was one in Cape Town last year, and there's going to be one, I think, in Bangalore, India next year. And so the global community around Diamond Open Access is really flourishing and growing. And so if you have an interest in engaging, that I think that Diamond Open Access is probably the space.
Thank you. All right, so then next question. Cancel culture hurt research funding before the current administration started gutting funding. For instance, alcohol studies scientists could not secure funding to study the effects of drinking and driving with transgendered females versus biological females, etc. Same with transgendered issues in sports. This started years ago.
I can jump in on that. I think this is a great example of how the Academy was not perfect before this year. There are a lot of things that need to be improved, and there are all kinds of problems within the education and research environment. And there will be always, because human beings are flawed and human enterprises are flawed. And education and research are hierarchical, structured spaces, and those are really hard spaces to change. So there will always be a need to be on the lookout for places that need to be improved and where inequities exist and where we need to challenge those inequities. I think the funding has been a huge problem within the Academy for decades and decades and decades, and not everyone in the Academy has even recognized that. I've been in more than one uncomfortable conversation with researchers who denied the fact that good research projects did not receive funding, and really thought funding was the litmus test of whether or not a research idea was a good idea to pursue. So yes, there are issues that existed before this administration, and there are profound issues that needed to be addressed. I don't think that what's going on in this administration is giving us the space to ask those questions and to answer them. Hopefully, when we get to the other side of this, we'll be in a place where we can say, okay, we're not going back. There's no way to go back to what was, and there were things that needed to change anyway. What can we do that's different? How are we going to move to a new place?
Okay, thank you. Let's see. Next question. How are university librarians specially situated to contribute to this movement?
I'll jump in here. I think that my sense is, first of all, neither of us is a university librarian, so we will not be speaking from experience here. But my sense is that, in some ways, the people who are in the trenches are really better situated to engage in these actions, but that the university librarians can set the tone. They can set the tone for their library. They can identify, you know, they can identify threats, they can validate the fact that these are threats, and they can make space within their conversations with staff to, explore these issues, to be transparent about their significance for the library, and to think about ways that staff can work together to try to protect the resources of the library, protect the community that the library serves, all of those things. I think that in our case within UC, there are 10 university librarians plus our executive director. And, it's all about coalition building. And one of the things that Lisa and I have been very frustrated by as all of this is unfolded is the fact that there weren't coalitions forming across institutions to respond to some of these threats, because any single university is a much easier target than a coalition. And we're starting coalition building happening now, and we're starting to see, groups of universities suing the administration, groups of universities saying, no, thank you, we don't want to be part of this. The special dispensation that you're offering us. And that's so much more powerful. And so thinking about this as a collaborative opportunity, as a shared risk, as opposed to thinking only in terms of, how do I protect the resources of my institution, feels like it's going to have a better outcome than sort of locking down the institution and thinking about how it can survive.
Yes, I agree with that. I mean, wouldn't it be an amazing thing if university librarians said libraries are about intellectual freedom, access to knowledge, and we as a body of leaders of these organizations say no, that we stand behind these foundational principles of our profession and our role within higher education.
Thank you for that. There had been some comments in the chat, people thanking you for sharing your experiences and then also sharing what they're doing at their institution. So we've had a couple of my San Jose State colleagues have jumped in, sharing that San Jose State has held preserve public health data events, have been encouraging academic librarians to share their work around DEI, so diversity, equity, and inclusion policies and programs, so that we don't erase the strides that we have made to support communities of color. There's also some more people talking about the demonstrations. Another colleague mentioned, so we have a wonderful tradition here of some altars being created for Dia de los Muertos, or Day of the Dead, that they put up every year in our library. They're beautiful. And this year, a few faculty created one that was dedicated to the forbidden words, so the death of words, which is, I've seen people looking at them and considering them. It's really great. I think I've gotten all of the questions, unless there's any last minute questions that want to pop into chat. I thank you both so very, very much. I was so thrilled that you agreed to be part of this, and thank you so much for your thoughtful presentation. Any last words? Oh, we've had a request for someone to share a picture of the altar words, please. So any of my colleagues online right now, snap a picture. Yes, do you have any last words that you want to leave our conference with?
Sign the declaration, find something to do.
Yes, Catherine,
thank you
do
so
have
much.
Yeah.
Just thank you so much for giving us the time and space to talk with all of you. And we're delighted to hear about what you're doing, and really appreciate your engagement with us.
Yeah. Thank you so very, very much.
Yet today, that freedom has become a vehicle for the coded theft of labor. So let's sit with that for a minute. I'm thinking about myself. I am an educator here at SJSU. I work in African American studies, and I am also a student. So in terms of writing and labor, I'm right there with the rest of you. Think of the investment you've made, the thousands of dollars you poured into your education, the countless hours of labor poured into a thesis or dissertation or an article you hope will be honored and broadly respected. Work you offer to the world in good faith, believing in the promise of open scholarship. Now consider this. That same work is being harvested without your knowledge or consent to train AI systems that will be sold back to your own institutions at premium prices. So I have my contact information here on this slide, but I also have thrown it at the end of the slide deck as well, as you take this little journey with me. Open access has been turned upside down. What was designed to demonstrate research is now being exploited by proprietary artificial intelligence systems that extract publicly funded scholarship to build products that are anything but open. As Karen Howe documents in Empire of AI, this new empire thrives on public data as private capital. Tech corporations scrape open access journals, repositories, and digital libraries, the very infrastructure we built to share, to power closed source AI models like ChatGPT, often without attribution, citation, or consent. And while this harms scholars broadly, the cost is not evenly distributed. Black scholars, writers, and artists whose work has long been undercited and undervalued are once again made invisible, even as their words train the very systems shaping tomorrow's knowledge. So let me be concrete about what's happening. When a researcher publishes an article on racial justice in an open access journal, all AI companies can scrape that work. They can use it to train their models and sell products based on those insights without ever citing the author. The researcher pays fees to make their work open, and I put that in air quotes, and tech companies profit from that openness. At its core, open access emerged from a moral and political argument that knowledge funded by the public should be accessible to the public. It was a collective stance against paywalls that gatekeep learning and slow our innovation. But as Joy Blomeny reminds us in Unmasking AI, what begins as access can become extraction. She documents how images, voices, and creative expressions, many of them belonging to people of color, were scraped into massive data sets without consent to train so-called neutral, and again in air quotes I put that, AI systems. The same extraction is happening to scholarship. And here's the perverse logic. Creative Commons licenses designed to enable sharing among humans are now being interpreted as permissible for machine ingestion. A license meant to say teachers and students can use this is being read as corporations can feed this to AI. What was once a gift to public knowledge has become a resource for private gain. The very ethos of scholarly sharing, which is transparency, collaboration, collective benefit, is being weaponized against us. This is not new. It's a digital extension of something deeply historical, the extraction of Black labor, intellect, and creativity without acknowledgement or compensation. Ruha Benjamin's Race After Technology calls this the new Jim Code, her term for how automation and algorithmic systems produce racial hierarchies under the guise of neutrality and progress. She writes, rather than fix the mistakes of the past, technology often hides, speeds up, and deepens them. Consider what happens when AI models ingest everything from bell hooks' essays on love and resistance to student reflections on decolonial pedagogy without authorship attribution. Black thought becomes both foundational and erased. Foundational because it shapes frameworks on justice, equity, and humanity. Erased because the systems that consume it refuse to name the source. This is what Benjamin calls algorithmic oppression, and it operates at multiple levels. At the epistemic level, Black scholarship disappears into training data. The nuance, the lived experience, the specific historical context, all of it gets flattened into statistical patterns that AI systems then remix and regurgitate without memory of origin. At the economic level, the harm compounds. Governments fund research to serve the public good, yet many of those same governments now subsidize private AI development, granting data access, research credits, and computing resources to companies like OpenAI and Google DeepMind, etc., etc. Public knowledge becomes the raw material for private empires. Meanwhile, scholars are told to publish open, often paying article processing charges out of their own pockets or from limited research budgets. These fees disproportionately burden underfunded researchers and institutions, which means they disproportionately burden scholars of color. We are paying to make our work free, only to watch it get enclosed again by proprietary systems. That's not openness, that's enclosure. Digital colonialism disguised as progress. Black and brown scholarship, already underfunded, already marginalized, becomes doubly devalued. We are expected to share without protection, to give without recognition, and to celebrate our own erasure in the same name, in the name of access. In the name of access. The pattern repeats across contexts. In academia, the unpaid intellectual labor of mentoring, committee service, and diversity work falls largely to faculty of color and goes unacknowledged. In the arts, AI-generated Black voices and Black aesthetics are sold as innovation, while real Black artists are pushed to the margins. The system it labels it as progress, and it leaves invisibility behind. Defending open access today means reclaiming agency over the commons we built. Cathy O'Neill's Weapons of Math Destruction, and that's MATH, warns that when algorithms are opaque, unregulated, and profit-driven, they amplify inequality. We're now facing that same opacity in academia, the question of who is training what on whom and without whose consent. O'Neill says, we need concrete action on 3 fronts. First, new licensing frameworks, Creative Commons, clauses that explicitly prohibit AI training without consent. Some scholars are already adopting no AI, in quotes, no AI, or human use only, in quotes, human use only licenses that distinguish between human reading and machine ingestion. Second, institutional policies that recognize AI scraping as a form of intellectual property misuse, not fair use. Universities and libraries that must take a stand on behalf of their communities. And third, collective organizing. Groups like the following are making waves. So Algorithmic Justice League, and I'll have these listed at the end of the slide deck for everybody, which was created by Joy Buolamwini, who we saw earlier, is an organization that promotes equitable and accountable artificial intelligence. ORCAA, ORCA, an algorithmic auditing company, and Ocean, OCEAN, a public charity that defends the public interest against the misuse of algorithms. Both of those 2 organizations were headed, or brainchild, I should say, of Cathy O'Neill. And then there's AI for Good, an annual summit bringing stakeholders together to harness AI's potential to solve global challenges, which is where Karen Howe, earlier shown in the presentation, kind of debuted her findings about AI in the world of ChatGPT and Sam Altman. So these are encouraging, and these efforts are a good start, but they remain piecemeal. Without coordinated global action and without centering the scholars who've always borne the brunt of intellectual theft, we risk reproducing the same inequities we claim to dismantle. Oops, I'm sorry. To defend research today means more than resisting scholarship. It means resisting commodification. It means asking who gets cited, who gets compensated, who gets remembered. As Bulamwini, reminds us, AI is not inevitable, it's intentional. So too is our silence and our inaction. The work of Black scholars, thinkers, and storytellers has always been a light in the long corridor of erasure. We cannot allow that light to be scraped, anonymized, and fed back to us as synthetic knowledge. Our task as educators, librarians, technologists, and writers is to ensure that open access remains a living commons, not an algorithmic minefield. Because if we don't defend it, someone else will define it. So again, these are some of the organizations that I mentioned earlier. They're listed here as well. And like me, I'm asking you to act. I can also share these in chat during Q&A. Thanks for listening. Again, I'm Carmen Saleh. My website is here. I use my long name for my website, carmenestellakennedy-saleh.com. And I teach here at San Jose State in African American Studies. I soon hope to be teaching a class that is an intersection of AI and anti-Blackness. Okay. I am here for you, people. Ask me questions if you will. I'll do my best.
Thank you so much, Carmen. We got one question. Do you know if there's a conversation with Creative Commons about a no AI license?
Yeah, so my research is nascent right now. From what I'm understanding is we are developing safeguards and ways of dealing with the technology and also learning about the technology in real time. And of course, we're a step behind because what's made public to us, that's where we get to ramp on. And yet much is happening behind closed doors. So in answer to your question, I should hope that there's work that's ongoing about that. But like you, I am discovering and I am active on panels, even at the university, that are talking about what we're going to do as an institution going forward, and more broadly, just an ethos around the technology in scholarly spaces, right? That's kind of an answer, non-answer, because a lot of this we don't know. We know the good, of course. We use the stuff, right? It's good stuff. It's like crack. But we also are becoming aware of the harm.
I'll try to squeeze in one more question and then we're going to take our break. What are some steps we can take to protect IR and student scholarship from AI scraping?
Again, that's kind of like, it's going to have to be multifaceted, right? So I'll give you a very analog response that I've been instituting and some of my colleagues have been instituting, faculty colleagues have been instituting, and that is just not putting stuff up online. So going back to paper, I'll give you another anecdote. I, not too long ago, recently, graduated with my master's degree from San Jose State as well, in the English department. And there was an option for us to go the traditional route and have our thesis uploaded online. But one of our colleagues, Lily Dayton, and again, I'm citing her, Lily Dayton, she's also a student in the program with me, helped us to advocate for submitting analog versions of our theses, right? So that took a lot of activism on her part and support on the part of us as students to not have our work placed online, knowing full well that once it could be scraped. And with the intention of eventually publishing our work, maybe even breaking it up into sections and creating more than one book or more than one product from our labor within the program. Just going old school with it has given those of us who were in the MFA program the opportunity to know that at least that work, that labor, and the way that we were able to submit it cannot be harvested until, of course, one day it is put online. But at present, it's not.
Thank you, Carmen. Unfortunately, the presentation time has ended, but maybe Carmen, you can look at some of the questions in the chat or in the Q&A and type them up, or share your email address with folks and see if you can follow up.
Okay.
But we're gonna take a quick 2-minute break and come back for the next session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so great. Thank you. Our next presentation is titled Sustaining Mission-Driven Publishing in Politically Constrained Environments, the Case of CEU Press. Please join me in welcoming Linda McGrath and Monica Ambrose from Central European University Press. Linda and Monica, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And hello, everyone. We're very happy to be here today and get the opportunity to talk about this very important topic that is sustaining mission-driven publishing in politically constrained environments. We are Monica and Linda, and we're from CEU Press, and we both work there as commissioning editors. So because we are a small press, maybe it's good for us to introduce us briefly. Central European University Press was founded in Budapest some 35 years ago, and we were part of the Central European University until the last year, and then we became independent through our move to Amsterdam University Press. For the most part, we published research on Eastern European subjects, such as the fields of history, anthropology, political studies, and culture. And what used to be a fairly niche subject has become a central topic after 2022. Not all our books are about Ukraine or Hungary or Poland, just to name a few countries that pop up in your newsfeed, but we are champions of academic freedom, democracy, and social justice. We never assumed that, the central point of our program would become so relevant, but here we are, and this is why we speak today. Hungary. It's a pretty small country somewhere in Europe. So what does that have to do with us in the US, you may ask? We say everything because during the presentation, the preparation of this presentation, the parallels between what has happened in Hungary about a decade ago sounds eerily familiar to the stories you can read on the New York Times these days. From the active targeting of universities to university presses shutting down, threatened researchers that feel like they have to leave the country, it's very similar stories. So the question is there hope? It's something that we can't answer, but we sure hope so. I mean, it's always good to stay positive these days. Ultimately, we think that even though our story is an ongoing one, it's very important to share what happens in other countries with you so that we can all learn from each other and, also give us hope, hopefully. So here are the points that we're going to talk about today. Just because it's not so well known, Monica is going to give you a brief recap of the attacks on research in Hungary and what happened to our home university, the Central European University. And then we're going to touch on CEU Press as a publisher in a politically charged environment and how we keep on publishing. And then finally, what role open access plays and why we believe that the way to move forward is open and not only just open access, but doing this together. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Monica.
Okay, thanks a lot, Linda, for this introduction, and hello everyone from me as well. So let me briefly talk about the establishment of the Central European University and the press and the changing circumstances under which it has been operating for a while now, in order to give you a bit of a context for our discussion. As was mentioned briefly, CEU Press was founded in the post-Cold War period as part of Central European University in Budapest in Hungary. Its mission was to promote high-quality scholarship from and about Central and Eastern Europe and to bridge intellectual traditions between the East and the West. Both the university and the press were highly regarded and seen as outstanding institutions in the field of academic research and education. As you might know, the was driven out. I'm sorry, my camera is just trying. I'm still here. So it was driven out of the country in 2018. It is of course difficult to point to a specific moment in time when the attacks against the Central European University and more generally against liberal thinking started in Hungary. In 2015, a campaign against so-called illegal migrants was started by the Hungarian government. Migration has been framed as a security threat. It was the first entrance point for the government to include George Soros, whom you can see also on the posters, who was projected as the enemy of Hungary given his views on migration. This was followed by a legislation that would target NGOs, promoting transparency, stating that they are foreign agents. So the attack against the CEU, which was identified with George Soros, was a logical step in this coherent line of actions. CEU was and is committed to everything that the Hungarian government was and is not, and that is open society, democracy, and the rule of law. In April 2017, the Hungarian parliament passed a law, which was immediately called by the people as Lex CEU. According to this legislation, all foreign universities operating in Hungary must have a campus in their home country, and bilateral agreements between Hungary and the university's home government shall be signed. In the case of CEU, this was New York State. Although framed in very general terms, it was clear to everyone that the CEU was targeted. It was registered in the fulfilling these requirements. The act raised enormous support for the CEU, which was manifested in many demonstrations, as you can also see on this picture. Even though the legislation was problematic in itself, the CEU complied with the law by creating a partnership with Bard College in New York, but the Hungarian government refused to sign the required agreement. Some Hungarian lawyers argued that there was a violation of the rule of law and academic freedom precisely by the imposition of the International Convention as a condition, because the university has no control over signing such a bilateral agreement. So by September 2019, the CEU moved its US accredited degree programs to Vienna, Austria. CEU's Budapest campus is still operates limited activities such as research institutions or library, but degree programs and administration are now in Vienna. A year later, the European Court of Justice also ruled that this law, the Lex CEU, violated European Union law, particularly the provisions on academic freedom and the right to provide services. Important to note at this point that the adoption of this act can also be seen as part of a more systemic attack on academic freedom and education. The academic sector faced remarkable changes after the adoption of the Lex CEU. In 2018, a list of institutions and people was published in a Hungarian journal, including scholars who were seen as Soros allies. Scholars were associated with Soros mainly for two reasons, either being affiliated with the CEU or publishing on topics that the government did not favor, such as gender studies, migration, Roma policies, or LGBTQ+ issues. As you can imagine, the successful application for state funding of these scholars, as well as their promotion, became highly unlikely. A first instance judgment also said that this backlisting was unlawful and fear-inducing. In the same year, the government banned gender studies master's programs. A year later, the research centers were separated from the Hungarian Academy of Sciences and put under a research network, which was later called as the Hungarian Research Network, and control over research funding was delegated to a government-aligned body. In 2020 and 2021, the independence of universities were seriously curtailed. Most public universities were transferred to public trust foundations, and the boards of trustees were and are appointed by the government. This process was described as privatization of the universities. However, as one scholar put it, and I quote, "The term privatization is a misnomer, as these boards consist of government appointees chosen for their loyalty to the Orbán government," and end of quote. This new operational system removes universities from public oversight without providing any guarantees of institutional autonomy. At present, only 5 universities remain independent. At the same time, the Hungarian state has invested huge resources into research projects and education that fit their own ideas. I would like to end this list of events in Hungary with a recent development that took place at the end of this summer. 4 research centers of this network that I just mentioned above, of the Hungarian Academy of Sciences, joined one of the remaining 3 universities. The reorganization affects the humanities and social sciences related institutions. The STEM research institutions were not affected. This development, as you can imagine, has been interpreted as an intent to phase out the humanities and social sciences related institutions and research. So how does the press operate after the Lex CEU in such a hostile environment? Although the CEU has moved its US accredited programs to Vienna in response to the Lex CEU, the press continued to operate in Hungary, maintaining its editorial independence and regional mission. CEU press has become a symbol of academic resilience and freedom, as well as, unfortunately, a reputational risk for certain scholars. Publishing with the press has increasingly been seen as a support for resistance, democracy, the rule of law, and academic freedom. This association has put some scholars into a difficult position, especially in Hungary, as they were immediately associated with the enemy. Scholars had to think carefully about what they can and cannot publish. There have been serious concerns whether defamation lawsuits can be started against them based on what they publish. This has obviously led to self-censorship and had a chilling effect in certain fields of research. And it seems that Hungary is not alone in this business. On 9 September, we celebrate the International Day to Protect Education from Attack. The latest Academic Freedom Index, and I quote, but you can also read it on the picture on this slide. This index identifies 34 countries and territories that have experienced a statistically significant and substantially meaningful decline in academic freedom compared to 10 years ago, while only 8 countries saw an increase in academic freedom. And if you don't mind, I would like to quote another sentence from this index, and that is, the analysis shows that countries with anti-pluralist parties in government have lower levels of academic freedom than those where anti-pluralist parties have little to no political influence, end of quote. On this occasion, this year, on 9 September, Carsten Schneider, the new interim rector of the Central European University, emphasized that, and I also quote now, when universities are constrained, societies lose the ability to understand themselves and to resist authoritarian backsliding, end of quote. So what can a press do to support academic freedom? Indeed, these changing circumstances clearly have a huge impact on the role and responsibility of mission-driven publishing houses. Although it is only a small publisher, CEU Press's resilience and stance can serve as an example for other publishers as well. So how has the press remained committed to academic freedom? Now, Linda will guide you through our experiences. And the floor is yours, Linda.
Thank you. So CEU Press is a publisher in a politically charged environment. I mean, the fact that CEU could not hold on to the press as such should maybe give us pause. And I think it's something where we were extremely lucky to find Amsterdam University Press last year, which helped us to remain independent and give us the opportunity to continue publishing. However, we're still in an environment where we are facing ever decreasing budgets and research that's literally threatened everywhere. And we're also in the humanities, which is particularly difficult. With a number of authors and editors coming from Eastern European countries where there are active efforts to undermine the independence of research, we are aware of the risks of censorship and or retaliation that they face. So we know that authors and editors that come to us will potentially put their future, their career at risk. So there have been cases where authors have been aware of that and they took action, for instance, in putting assets in a name of a wife, or thinking about the best title of the book. However, to this date, we cannot say for sure that there's been massive hindrance for authors to publish with us. So no one has ever asked us to publish the book under a different name or anonymously. However, publishing certain topics nowadays requires courage, and we are so lucky to have courageous authors who do not refrain themselves to openly criticize the government in Hungary or it's not just Hungary, right? There are other governments in Eastern Europe and unfortunately also other parts of the world to point out what's wrong and really offer in their books an alternative version or vision, I should say. It brings us to the ethics of mission-driven publishing, something that we as CEU Press subscribe fully. The external factors of our changed reality means that as a publisher, we also carry a responsibility towards our author's safety and our author's agency. And not only do we need to make sure that we can provide them with different options for their authorship, so keep in mind, they can publish if they ever wanted to under a different name or anonymously, but we also underline the fact that we are independent in our editorial, and we do not pull back just because we have been under pressure in the past. After all, it is our duty to respect the confidentiality on one side of our authors, and this is something, if there ever is a case where an author would feel uncomfortable publishing openly, we would discuss that. But we also, through our publications and through our values and keeping to them, express the solidarity with the research community as a whole. I am very interested. We've had this a discussion at the press at one point. I'm very interested, maybe we have time to discuss this. How do you see that? If, there are certain terms that are not permitted anymore as a press, should we take these terms out of a title and be able to publish a book, or is that already a form of censorship, for instance, that should be condemned? And it's something, for instance, that you could argue two ways. So maybe we can get to that question, but I'm getting off topic here. I want to bring it back to open access because I think this fact is very interesting. Open access helps in our situation, we think, because open access makes research accessible inside and outside restricted regions. And through this visibility, there's a certain kind of protection that the knowledge is out there and it cannot easily be silenced, which ideally also projects onto the authors and editors. It also amplifies a voice. So, you know, if you are somewhere, a researcher who has not recently published, but you see, oh, others are doing that, they are courageous, maybe it will also give you some, you know, hope, inspiration, and, you know, let you continue to do your work. And last but not least, I didn't put it on there because it was just an aftermath. I remember this study a few years ago where it was about false information, fake news. And the one problem with false information is that it's usually widely available for free on the internet. And open access obviously counters this. And rigorous research can be read by anyone for free and can contradict these false claims. And that's something that should also not be forgotten. So we have learned very early on that open access harbors this unique power. And if you publish in a contested area, after all, Orban did try to oust the CEU from Hungary, if you publish in open access, it's out there and it cannot be tucked away. Hence, it was only one step further that we looked into developing an open access model, which is Opening the Future. And that was conceived together with COPEN, a UK-based initiative that works on collaborative approaches to open monograph publishing. So I am very conscious of the audience here, and I don't want to make this a sales pitch, but I'm going to dive into the Opening the Future model because I think it's going to add a little bit to our discussion here. It's a community-driven model where libraries subscribe to a backlist. They actually purchase a backlist package of non-OA books just for their regular collection. And while on the library end, it's an acquisition and could be seen as such, for us at the press, we take the money and we use it to fund our front list. And that open access publication process is a rolling process. It's not, there's no threshold. So the more libraries that participate in that model, the more books we can publish open access. So it's based on scaling, and it's something that we have used with some good amount of success in these past years. And what's nice about this community model is, again, this is not a sales pitch, but I want to show you the money that a library needs to pitch in here, which is the cost is very low. The community open access models are all equal in that way that they share the financial responsibility. So as you can see, the costs remain quite manageable, and they're tiered according to the size of the institution. And even if you are in the highest tier, you will still spend over the course of 3 years, which is the regular pledging time, you will still spend less money on this program than on an average book publishing charge, which is also good because you can see that it is something that works in a lot of countries. Here you can actually see the library participation of CEU, CEU Presses Opening the Future. We have libraries from Australia, Austria, Belgium, Canada, Denmark, Finland, Germany, Hungary, Italy, Netherlands, Norway, Switzerland, UK, and the US currently supporting this model, which again, as a community, just helps that the responsibility is broadened over, it's not just in one country, but you know, the research community is supported by many libraries all over the world. We're not the only ones doing that. I want to point this out. They're Opening the Future is one of the first models that was conceived. There's also the usual suspects of fund to mission, which I'm sure you know, direct to open. Much bigger presses like Oxford University Press have experimented with that as well. Some with more, some with less success. So why is that important? Why am I talking about this? I think community-driven open access models are an opportunity to defend research and help us, because financially they viable and responsible, but also they open up a lot of opportunities to get publications out there. Again, I want to show this slides to just show you how broad the support of this is. And if we have a community model like this, we enable an equitable participation for authors regardless of their funding. So while we see the support from this model is where the money is realistically, we do not require any author to sorry, that is a next slide. We don't require the authors to pay any money for their publications. And again, that then in turn creates bibliodiversity. If you look into these little smaller models, you will see that just a little bit of here and a little bit of there will help different publishers to have a sustainable future. Ideally, it's also easy on your end. If you support open access, not just by signing up for big transformative agreements and read and publishing agreements in the hard science, you can directly support the humanities, which are under threat. There are in Europe closing faculties in the humanities, for instance. And that's essential for critical thought, intellectual freedom. You know all that. I don't need to get into these details. And the way these community-driven models, open access models, are set up, they should ideally work very well with existing workflows at libraries, so that you don't have to find a complicated workaround. And if you choose to participate in any of these models, you also make sure that you support the publication of open access monographs, which is great because of the reasons I just explained. And as such, libraries, they serve as allies in defending academic freedom. The authors, as I mentioned, they can publish their book even when they don't have any funding by the institution, which means, if they're in a constrained area, they don't need to worry about whether or not there's anyone who will pay for the publication. It's also something which to me is very important. The open access is immediate. So as soon as the book is published, it's open access. And for the authors, it's great because we all know the usage numbers of open access. There's a much wider reach than if a book is sold in a traditional way and behind a paywall. I would be amiss if I didn't talk about the benefits for CU Press and or for other presses of these models. With these declining budgets in library spending, we have to look for a way to find sustainable funding. And if a library commits through 3 years to 3 years of opening the future, it gives us the opportunity to plan ahead. We know that there's an ongoing support for open access publishing, and we can take on projects that otherwise might be more difficult to realize. Opening the future reduces our reliance on volatile project-based funding or author payments, and it also allows us to maintain our editorial independence and standards. So every day when you read about university presses that are closed, and it happens basically like every other month in the US now, sadly, a model like this actually helps the smaller publishers to maintain their keep on going. So this is why I think these open access community models are a great way to support bibliodiversity. Community, and it has been mentioned before in the keynote, is important these days, and we think it's also the key point of open access. It helps us as the scholarly community to build a strong network of support to help each other and to help everyone who is affected by the policies that actively aim at research, and that includes university faculty, it includes students. And I also think that if we keep on talking at these community networks, again, that's something happens all the time. We talk, it helps us to feel less alone in that fight in this time that sometimes feels overwhelming. And as a publisher, we want to continue to publish important research, regardless of whether or not administration likes it. And we also are here to tackle these challenges together with the librarians and ultimately play our role in order to keep academic freedom alive. So that was all in terms of presentation. And I'm very interested to hear your thoughts on what you think publishers should do.
Wow, that was an amazing, amazing presentation, and great to learn about what you're doing with CU and the mission-driven publishing, as well as the community OA open access models. We welcome any questions in the Q&A. We have our first one from Brenda. How do authors benefit from publishing with open access, having invested a lot of resources to produce a refined, fair document for public consumption?
I think the easiest answer to this would be the wider reach. I always forget what it is. I think it has like something like 7 times the usage, the average open access monograph. And you can also see that usage is coming from way more countries, like basically from around the world, that readers will access a certain publication. And maybe that's also interesting to hear. CEU Press puts the open access publications, it's not just, on the publisher's website, but it's accessible through OAPN, it's indexed in DOAB and all these platforms, which makes it just easy to find.
Although it's a bit different turn to the question, but it is also helpful for those who cannot buy these books, who cannot afford buying these books. So we reach also those who, in different parts of the world, who would not be able to buy this book or access in any form. So that's also, I think it pushes towards equality in more general terms as well.
Great. Any more questions? Okay, Colleen said in the chat, I learned so much about the history of CEU Press. Thank you so much. Yeah, I agree. That was an amazing, amazing presentation. Nicole said, thank you. It was interesting and helpful to hear the perspective of a small press. Okay, well, any more questions? Okay, we have some applause. That's awesome. Molly has a question in the chat. How do we change the culture?
What culture?
Of publishing.
Oh, well, I come from a small publisher's background, so, and I would say it's different. The challenges are different in the different regions of the world, where, but what we see is that the big publishers, they usually get all the spotlight and they also get all this criticism, but usually the conversation is about the big four and how they get all the money, and how they, then libraries, they don't want to spend the money, and it's just this conversation where I feel there's always this opposition, at least in Europe, between the libraries and the publishers, and we as a smaller press would just be so happy if we would be invited to the table and be invited to talk directly. more often.
If I may add to this, I'm coming from a scholarly background because I used to be a scholar and then I became commissioning editor at the press. Well, this year and earlier, I also worked for the press in a different role. But you know, as academics, I think we also have a responsibility to, you know, to support smaller publishing houses as well, because you know we tend to want to publish with, you know, big publishing houses because of, you know, our you know, the esteem of the publishing house, and you know it looks better on our CV. But I think if you are a more established scholar, maybe you should dare to, you know, to reach out to smaller publishing houses and help, you know, those publishing houses as well, and also the scholars working with these smaller publishing houses. But I'm not sure to what extent it adds to the question, but I think it's an important side of this culture thing. We cannot do it alone. So that's the main point.
Yes, there's time for more questions. Colleen put, if there is time for, can you speak to the editorial relationships you're able to have with authors as a smaller press? I would imagine they get lots of direct contact. A plus.
Yeah, they do. I can only say from my experience that we often get asked if you know, the people who the authors talk to initially are going to be the same that will handle the book, as if this is not a given. But you know, yeah, that's exactly. There's not a bunch of people who are going to be involved, and the authors are not going to be handed over to someone else. There's one editor that will accompany and bring the project, usually like from start to publication, and coordinate with production and marketing and all of that, make sure that the author knows what's going on, and the colleagues know what's going on, and there's more time that we can spend and really talk to authors.
Great. And then we also have another question in the Q&A. As OA publications expand access, should authors address their writing to a broader audience than just discipline academics?
It's a difficult one.
That's a difficult one and a very good question. Yes. Well, I'm not sure I would change anything. I mean, we always suggest to authors to, you know, to write in an accessible way. And I don't think it would, you know, affect them whether or not it's an open access publication. Well, as an academic publishing house, we, of course, our audience is academic, I mean, the academia. So in this regard, I wouldn't say that you should change anything, but if you feel that you could reach a somewhat broader audience, I mean, I think it depends on the topic, and it depends a lot on the approach that you take. But usually with an academic work, it's difficult to reach a much wider audience. But as I said at the beginning, I think it's with open access, you reach those who are also in the academia, but in a part of the world where, you know, you cannot afford to buy expensive books.
Yeah, and I also think to consider is it's always better to write in an accessible way, regardless of the intended audience, because of how people read nowadays. There's rarely anyone, researcher or not, who will read the book from beginning to the end of the topic's academic. So you want to make sure that the little time span they have, you're captivating and you really like make your case clear, and then chances that they read more is higher.
Yeah, and usually, you know, it's chapter by chapter download, so it's not necessarily the whole book that is being downloaded if it's an open access publication.
Okay, and another question in the chat. Have you taken steps to protect OA publications from AI?
So we have not made any deal with any AI company. That's the first thing I can say. And the second one is we so our open access publications are B, Y, and C, and D. To try to make sure that there is no commercial use. But we also know that that's not that easy. That will not necessarily stop an AI bot from crawling the content. But at this point, there's not really any good solution. So we're keeping an eye on what's happening in the industry, how open access is dealt with, and that particular problem at other publishers. But yeah, it's a crucial question, and no one has a good answer.
Great. Okay. Well, it's 11:05. Thank you both, Linda and Monica, for the inspiring presentation. We'll now take a 10-minute break before our next session. So we'll see you back here at 11:15. Everyone, thank you.
Thanks
Thank
a
you.
lot.
Hi everyone. My name's Lucy Barnes and I'm Senior Editor and Outreach Coordinator at Open Book Publishers, which is a scholar-led non-profit open access book publisher based in Cambridge in the UK. And I'm going to talk about Keep It Open, Keep It Ours, the importance of community-owned infrastructure in open access book publishing. Really looking forward to presenting to you all, and thanks so much for inviting me to speak. I'm going to be arguing that open access to academic research, funded collectively and distributed and archived via community-governed infrastructures, is the most robust and resilient way to safeguard published research from political interference. I'll be using as an example the work that open book publishers and COPIM are doing with open access books, and I'll be focusing on research post-publication. So I'll be looking at the publishing process and post-publication access. The question of how to safeguard academic freedom to choose the topics to research is, of course, also critical, but that's beyond the scope of what I'll be talking about today. And I'm going to start with an anecdote. Earlier this year, I was listening to a panel discussion at the Open Research in the Age of Populism conference, which was an online conference organised by LSE and UCL. And one of the panelists, Martin Eve, described a conversation he'd seen online as part of a conversation on social media, in which the speaker, who was an academic author, said that they preferred to publish under a paywall because they felt that this was safer, that their work would be less visible and therefore less vulnerable to attack in different ways. This wasn't Martin's view, but it was the view that he was reporting he'd seen. And in the chat at the event, a lot of people, well, several people, chimed in to say they'd seen this view expressed as well. And I find this a very depressing point of view, and it describes a very arid way, I think, of thinking about publishing. Is the point really not to be read, or to be read by as few people as possible? But maybe more importantly, I also think it's misguided, because what the author perceived as offering safety, I see as potentially a point of vulnerability. So in February of this year, shortly after Trump took office, there was a wave of announcements, I'm sure this audience is very familiar, about halting academic research and other activities that promoted or that made reference to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And in response, some organizations began preemptively censoring content, including the American Society for Microbiology, which began changing online articles about and by female, Black, and LGBTQ+ people. And the society was not open about this with the authors or with the wider public. And you can see from this, these online conversations which took place on Blue Sky, people started to use the Internet Archive's Wayback Machine to compare the current ASM website, or current as it was then, with earlier versions in order to see the discrepancies. So Jennifer Goff in this conversation is the author of one of the articles that was changed. And eventually the society reversed the changes. But as far as I can tell, there's no record on the Society's web pages that these changes had been made in the first place. I visited their website, had a look to see if there was any kind of mention that the changes had been made or reversed, and there wasn't. And the fact that the record of these changes exist on these social media posts feels very fragile and insufficient to me. So I argue that closed access content is a problem because it creates gated points of access, and the organisation that controls the gate controls the content. They can take it down or censor it if they wish. And even printed copies, you might say, well, let's forget about the online stuff, digital stuff, think about printed copies. Even printed copies can cease to be printed, can be gathered up and destroyed. And as we know, such occurrences are unfortunately by no means unprecedented. So I argue that gated access is a problem, that we can think of it as a weakness in our research infrastructure because gates are potential points of failure for the circulation of content. By contrast, open access liberates content from post-publication censorship and suppression because the content is freely available in multiple locations, and so it can't be easily smothered or suppressed. But openness alone is not necessarily sufficient because open access, or access itself rather, is not the only potential vulnerability in the system of publishing research. I was thinking about other ways that publishers could be intimidated, dissuaded, or otherwise hampered from doing their work. Funding can be a critical weapon to try to stifle dissent, as we've seen and continue to see in the interactions of governments with universities. If a publisher has a single source of funding, they might be vulnerable if that funding comes under threat for any reason. Infrastructure is also critical. In order to be effective, an open access publisher needs access to distribution routes and archiving systems that will share the content now and preserve it into the future. So I was trying to think to myself, what do we need to publish and share research in ways that are robust and resilient against potential points of failure like these? And I think we need openly accessible research, publication that is collectively funded, not funded by a single source, effective and widespread distribution so that content is openly available in many places, robust and distributed archiving systems so that it persists, the access to it persists into the future, and community-owned infrastructure to achieve these things. And I'm going to talk a little bit now about OBP and COPIM and some of the work that we're doing in these areas and how it kind of works in practice. So Open Book Publishers is a leading scholar-led non-profit open access press. We've been around for 17 years now, which is not long in terms of the history of publishing, but is relatively old for an open access publisher. We're a mission-driven press, so we make high-quality research freely available everywhere. We were founded by the academics in that photograph in order to do that, because that was how they believe research should be shared. Because we're an open access publisher, we don't charge readers, although we do sell paperbacks and hardbacks as well as having open access versions of our books available. And we don't charge book processing charges to authors. We don't have the mandatory fee model. So I'm going to try and argue that our revenue model is relatively robust. Hopefully this isn't a giant hostage to fortune, we shall see. But the reason that I'm arguing this is because it's a mixed model. So as you can see here, these are the figures from our most recently complete financial year. And there are three main segments to our revenue. There's sales, there's our library membership program, and there's grant funding. And each of those three chunks are made themselves up from lots of small contributions. So these three segments together funded all of our books that were published in that year, 56. 28 of those books had no grant funding, so were published completely by sales and by the library membership program. 8 books had some grant funding, and then the library membership program and sales covered the rest. 20 books were fully grant funded. And at the moment, our library membership program consists of 275 member libraries in different countries in the world, paying around $500 to $950 per year to support what we do. I'm not arguing this is a perfect system, but I do think it's relatively resilient, and that's because there are multiple distributed sources of income for us. So our library membership program, 275 member libraries. If they all disappeared tomorrow, obviously we would be in big trouble. But if we lose some of them, we're going to be okay. We're going to be able to keep going. If we lost a big chunk, we would have to reduce our publishing activity. But they're individual institutions in different countries, and so they're relatively distributed. And similarly with our grant funding. So we don't charge authors mandatory fees, but we do ask if they're able to source any grant funding that they do that to try and defray costs. So our grants are individual grants from different institutions, from different sources of funding, depending on what the author is able to access, if they're able to access anything. So again, that's relatively distributed. And similarly with sales, our sales tend to be individual purchases. We don't have that many bulk orders. So our sales is also quite a distributed source of income. And in order to generate some of that revenue, we use the Open Book Collective. Some of it we organise independently, but some of it is done via the Open Book Collective. And I'm going to talk a bit more about that in a moment. We use the tote open metadata to distribute our books to make sure that they're widely available to everyone. And we use the tote open archiving network, which is a distributed network of archiving locations for the books. And all of these different infrastructures that we use are collectively owned and governed. They were developed by COPIM. COPIM is a community of people and organisations that came together originally around some funded projects. The COPIM project was the first, which ran for 3.5 years, starting in 2019. And then COPIM Open Book Futures is the second, which continues until April next year. Both projects funded by Research England, Arcadia, and by the consortium partners. And the consortium is a group of universities, scholar-led open access presses, libraries, and infrastructure providers. And this is the current consortium. And so again, this is a collective effort. This isn't an individual company or an individual university striking out and trying to do something on their own. This is something which is collectively being worked on and collectively achieved. And the idea behind COPIM was to create infrastructures that could not be owned or controlled by a single organisation. We had a number of reasons for doing this, which included a desire that academic publishing should not be dominated by corporate interests or commercial interests, and instead for its infrastructures to be owned and controlled by the research communities themselves. I don't have time, unfortunately, to explore those arguments in depth in this talk, but the consequence of this way of going about our work is that we've created infrastructures that are open, community-owned and governed, and therefore relatively resilient to influence from a single entity, whether that entity is a government, an academic institution, or a corporation. So, as an example, this is the governance structure of the Open Book Collective, which is one of the infrastructures that COPIM has developed and which helps presses, including open book publishers, to run library membership programs, the collective funding that supports open access book publishing. And I should say thanks to my colleague, Kira Hopkins, for some help with the next couple of slides and the summaries of some of these infrastructures and their governing models. So the Open Book Collective is a registered UK charity, and it builds upon and expands this library membership programme funding model. It facilitates libraries to offer financial support to Diamond OA publishers, some of whom are too small to implement their own scheme like this. And these publishers and libraries are not only from the UK, they're based in different countries around the world. And libraries can choose which of the publishing members of the OBC they support. And then as a key feature, libraries are then able to participate directly in the governance of the OBC as a custodian. They're equally weighted in a caucus with the publishers and the infrastructure providers that are part of the OBC and that receive funding via the OBC. So one of the main purposes of the governance is that this caucus chooses which publishers to accept and can theoretically also choose to remove them if the publisher behaves in ways that don't fit with the charity's charter. So OBC has a strong commitment to community governance, acting to help libraries collaborate with publishers rather than treating them as passive customers. And this means that a large number of organisations from different countries govern the OBC, increasing its resilience and increasing its robustness against pressure by a single entity, be that entity government or commercial. And obviously, it's not just COPIM that runs things in this way. The poster on this slide represents the work that's been done over the past few years in collaboration between COPIM and other non-profit infrastructures and organisations to create a wide and interconnected set of infrastructures based on a set of shared values, which provide the tools, connections and knowledge to support Diamond community-led open access book publishing. These community-governed non-profit infrastructures support a distributed and diverse ecosystem of open access presses that are publishing openly, distributing widely, and archiving robustly. Arguments for the benefits of open access often focus on the reader. The reader's access is not inhibited by a paywall or by the price of a physical copy. But open access can also liberate and protect the author, ensuring global reach for their work and safeguarding it from erasure under political or institutional pressure. Open access is often perceived as a risk. Can a publisher risk shifting to an open access model? Can libraries have confidence that their open access investments are worthwhile or that an open access initiative is sustainable? Can authors take the risk of publishing with a less well-known Diamond open access press? But in a world where old certainties are crumbling, where censorship, platform instability and political interference pose real threats, open access can offer something that traditional publishing arguably can't, and that is this kind of resilience. Once knowledge is openly available, it cannot easily be silenced, and in this light, open access isn't a gamble, it's a safeguard. But open access on its own is not enough. I'd argue that open, interoperable infrastructures and robust community networks are the best way to safeguard the information ecosystem against control by large organisations, be they corporation or government.
Wonderful, thank you. Are there any questions? We don't have any in the chat. Don't have any in the Q&A. Questions or comments? While people are thinking about it, I see that Colleen had reached out via chat, and okay, so here's Colleen's question. Could you speak to the Creative Commons licenses OBP attaches to works?
Yeah, sure. So we do use Creative Commons licenses, and we are guided by the author in terms of what license to use. We publish several different licenses. I think at the moment the most popularly used is CC BY-NC, non-commercial. And if an author asks us for our opinion, that's probably the license that we would recommend. In the past, it would have been CC BY, but we've had experiences in recent years with so-called publishers taking CC BY books and publishing them for higher prices than we would sell them for, and publishing them as closed access books with any kind of third-party content stripped out, so they're worse than the books that the author made openly available. And so because of that risk, we wouldn't necessarily recommend CC BY anymore. But if the author wants to publish that way, then that's absolutely fine, because for us, that's the most important thing, is what the author wants to do. I don't know if there are any more specific questions about licensing. The other thing to be mindful of with licensing is as well that OBP asks for a non-exclusive license to publish the open access books. So if the author chooses a more restrictive license, like non-commercial or no derivatives, then it would the decision about what to do if somebody came and said, oh, well, I'd like to make commercial use of this non-commercial book, who do I ask? Well, you'd ask the author, because the author is the person that retains those rights if they publish with us.
Thank you. Another question in the chat. Can you talk about the process of building something as massively interconnected as COPIM? How is that sustained and supported? What kind of support is most helpful?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's complicated is the answer. I suppose it's maybe worth saying that COPIM kind of came together over a period of time, and as a result of a number of different opportunities, I suppose. So there was a grant that Open Air made available to a group of scholar-led presses a few years ago to work on quite a small project. It was quite a small grant, but it meant that those scholar-led presses met each other, and we formed an organisation called Scholar-led. And Scholar-led was one of the key people behind the first COPIM project bid. Key organisations rather. And then we were also influenced by the Radical Open Access Collective and other kind of people gradually came on board, initially because it was a project. We were pitching for project funding. But because of that sort of experience in those 3 years of working together and building those infrastructures, we forged relationships that have lasted beyond that funded project period, and successfully applied for further funding to build some more, to sort of further develop those infrastructures that we built. But we're thinking obviously about what happens next once there's no longer project funding available. And I think those infrastructures that we've developed will be key points to kind of keep us connected and together, because those infrastructures will be self-sustaining. They will continue to attract income, hopefully, and to do the work that they were built to do. But we also use, we have different ways that we collaborate. So there's online events or conferences that we might put on to sort of talk and share ideas. The Radical Open Access Conference happens every few years. That's a key event for us. And that kind of gives some of the intellectual life to it, as well as the kind of financial funding that you obviously need. It's a big question. I don't think I've answered it very well, but that's my best stab at it, I think, this evening, unfortunately.
You do what you can with the time we've given you, right? I think that was a good attempt at an answer. Another question in the chat: can you suggest steps OA University institutional repositories or other OA organizations can use to protect works from AI?
Yeah, this is a big question. Obviously, if work is openly available, to some extent, it's kind of there for AI tools to make use of, right? It's the same as it is for a human reader. It depends, though, of course, on the license applied. And for example, in the case of a non-commercial license, does that protect an open access work from use by a commercial LLM, for example? Well, it's not clear that even closed access works are protected from that kind of use. So it's difficult to be conclusive on that one. I also think, there's obviously a big problem at the moment with requests from AI tools bombarding open repositories and publishers and organizations like OAPN. And again, that is a big problem. There may be some technical solutions that we can develop, but I also think that there needs to be a certain amount of community norm setting. Can we find out more about who are the organizations that are doing this kind of thing? And can we make us think about it and say, look, this is not acceptable behavior. This is a kind of community resource that you're abusing. Can we do any kind of name and shaming of that kind of activity? I think it's something that we're all kind of struggling to figure out how to respond to at the moment. But I do think community norms might be one way that we could think about it.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So we've gotten all the questions. If anyone thinks of any others, put them in the chat and maybe Lucy can address them during break. Of course, please feel free to take a break and to log off, Lucy. So our next presentation is in 5 minutes. Next presentations are in 5 minutes. The next one on this track will be tracking removed and at-risk government information. And in track B, we have one readying the CSU's US-Japan collaboration on research data management for public access compliance. So as always, come back in 5 minutes, 4 minutes technically. Thank you so much, Lucy.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
All right, so thanks everybody. Our next presentation is titled Tracking Removed and At-Risk Government Information. Please join me in welcoming Molly Blake, Sangha Sung, and Ben Amata, and take it away.
Please join me in welcoming.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thank you all for coming to our presentation on tracking removed and at-risk government information. So I'm here today. My name is Molly Blake. I'm a social sciences librarian at the University of Minnesota Twin Cities. And I'm here today with my fantastic colleague, Sangha Sung at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. Sangha is a government information librarian. And I'm also here with Ben Amata, who is a humanities and social sciences and government information librarian at California State University, Sacramento. And the three of us, along with two other colleagues at the University of Minnesota, comprise of the Tracking Government Information team. And so before we jump into things and I hand it off to Ben, I just wanted to provide a roadmap of what we will be covering today. Ben in a minute is going to explain why government information is, of course, meant to be open access and provide a little bit of historical context for why we started this project. Sangha is then going to talk about what has changed with this presidential administration and just how the landscape of government information is very rapidly evolving in the year 2025. And then finally, I will chat a bit about how the five of us started the Tracking Government Information Project in response to this changing landscape. And then we will end by talking briefly about how all of you can get involved with efforts to preserve and keep track of government information that is changing or being removed and modified. And before we jump into it, I wanted to pose a question for all of you to go ahead and answer in the chat. I like to ask this. I've been now presenting about this at a lot of different types of conferences, and it's always really helpful for me to see how people answer this. I'm curious if any of you have worked with a patron or anyone you work with in your professional life who has asked for a federal government source that has disappeared. And if you have, you can just put yes or no in the chat. If you want to share what it is, like someone was looking for BLS labor statistics, go ahead and leave a note about that as well. Medical information is a really common one I hear. Not yet. A lot of broken LibGuide links. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. This is all really helpful. Environmental information, census information. Yes. Okay. Yeah, thank you all so much. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Ben.
So the phrase open access was developed in the aughts based on 3 public statements that were created by the Budapest Open Access Initiative, 2002, the Besda Statement on Open Access Publishing 2003, and the Berlin Declaration on Open Access to Knowledge in the Sciences and the Humanities, October 2023. But long before that phrase open access was created, there was open access to information, and governments were one of the primary generators of that, because the information that governments produce by and from them for the citizenry is tax-based, is based on tax, and therefore they've made it available publicly. Our government, the U.S. federal government, since its inception, has published information about itself for its citizenry. But it is in 1860 that the United States government creates the Government Printing Office and starts to deposit publications throughout the states so that citizens have a place to go where they can get that information. And they create in the 1890s something called the catalog, the monthly catalog of U.S. government publications. We docs librarians refer to it as MOCAT. But it is a comprehensive catalog of public issued government information. So I have captured a page that gives you a history of the government printing office. It eventually becomes the government publishing office because it goes from printing, which it still does a little bit of, more to digital printing. The government produces all kinds of information. Mostly it's known for its reports, but it creates pamphlets. It is one of the main sources for statistics, and in pamphlets, maps, even journals and periodicals, although it no longer really publishes academic journals. It relies on the proprietary scholarly community for that. And that's the only area actually within government information that isn't public and free. But again, it's a very, very small slice of government, a teeny slice of publishing. It's more of what the government publishes. All branches publish. The Congress is responsible and produces hearings, and congressional House and committee prints and reports, which are very important publications. The judiciary publishes court cases, which is what it's most used for, but it also publishes publications about its ethics and all kinds of things about the running of the government. But the greatest amount comes from the executive branches, because that's the largest part of the government. There were libraries, as I mentioned, established throughout the United States, and this becomes codified in law in 1962 with the Depository Act of 1962 that sets up Title 44 and creates it codifies what was already in existence, which are their selective depositories who choose what type of publications they would select. And then in each state, there would be a regional depository that would collect everything. Most often, these were state libraries, but in some states, the state library didn't do it, and it would fall to a large university to collect and be the public the library of last resort with publications. This system is robust, and it's not perfect, but it is really an incredibly robust and good system. And it starts out with just print in the 1970s, late 1970s. Space becomes a problem, and so the government starts to begin publishing with microfiche and microfilm, which helps with the space problem. In the early 90s, we start to have the digital revolution. We start to people are publishing with CDs, eventually DVDs. And then this even gets replaced by streaming. So you have the internet, the World Wide Web, and now you have most publications and the government publishing office running really a digital depository program. And that program is called FDLP, or the Federal Depository Library Program. Libraries now receive records for government publications, and then link to the servers where those documents are housed. It is in the 1980s, however, that there is an attack on government publications. Next slide, please. This is a slide about the FDLP. I got so caught up in talking that I forgot to ask the slide moved. Next slide, please. This is the government printing office put out a page recently with their most popular downloads. And so in the last 4 years, they've had 12.7 billion um, coming to the government websites to get information. The most popular downloads are court opinions, congressional bills, and federal registry. That's case law, statutory law, and regulatory law. So 3 most popular. Next, please. I have some quotes because they embody the world of government information. So in the 1980s, with the Reagan administration, Reagan's the governor of California for 8 years, and then he becomes the president for 2 years, for two administrations. And here's one of his famous quotes. And the reason why I present it to you is that it shows open hostility towards the government. We know from his diaries that he wasn't just speaking as a conservative, he literally was a conservative. And this shows a hostility to the government that he is responsible for. The next quote is from Russell Vought, who ran the political arm of the Heritage Foundation. His quote shows you that the Trump administration is also hostile towards the government and the information that it presents. I've selected the Patrick Moynihan quote because he was a sociologist at Harvard, but then he became the senator of Massachusetts. And his quote embodies what the government has tried to do with government information, and that is provide information that is objective and is information that citizens can use. Now, information can be biased, like from the legislature, and anything can be biased when it's run by political appointees. But what Moynihan said was what government agencies have strived for, which is to have legitimate information. And then finally, I end it with the quote from Madison, which is that a country that does not have good government information and a free press, then citizens are not able then to make good decisions and be able to make informed decisions because they don't have the right information. And the government is a huge producer for that. So in the 1980s, the Reagan administration decides that government information isn't just valuable as information, but it's an economic commodity, and therefore it starts to want to regulate it and actually eliminate it and reduce it. And so there's a series of publications that come out from the Office of Management Budget to restrict and eliminate. The Reagan administration is very proud that they eliminated 16,000 publications by the government. It actually, studies have shown that it was actually more than the 16,000. After the Reagan administration, we return to a more normal government publishing until we get to the Trump administration. And then we start to see the same assault, except that it's done on steroids. So we see the elimination of government information. We see the elimination of government employees, either layoffs or buyouts. And this affects whether agencies can produce information because people produce the information. There's just 2 examples I'll give you because I'm running out of time. That happened just yesterday. There was an article that the Social Security Administration employees were crying because DOGE, the Department of Department of Government Efficiency, was mishandling private information, people's addresses and phone numbers. Another thing that came out yesterday was that a whistleblower, a DOJ attorney, had been fired because he had been told that he was to lie in court about Abrego Garcia. Lawyers are not, you can lie anywhere in the world, but you cannot go to court and lie. And he was told to lie to the judge. And so he was fired for that. And this is the kind of things that we're seeing coming out of coming out of the Trump administration. Curtail, censor, and whenever possible, eliminate government information. That's the end of my context background, and I'm going to turn it over to Sana.
Yes, so now that Ben has provided us with broader context of federal government information and its history and relationship to open access, I like to shift into talking about basically what's happening right now in 2025 and why is tracking government information so urgent and what it means for libraries, researchers, and the public community as well. We've organized the current challenges into 4 broad categories. These categories help explain not only what's happening to government information, but also why it's being changed or restricted or disappearing, and issues that impact open, equitable access to information. And to get into more detail of each category, first I want to talk about the technical and infrastructure changes, which sound more routine and more not very specific to government information specifically, but more electronic and web-based information. This could be either website redesigns or platform migrations, but they can make critical public information vanish overnight. So in the case for government information specifically, agencies could update their systems or move domains without preservation plans or redirects to updated information. And the result is broken links and lost access to certain information types. A recent example that I have on the screen is the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, or PEPFAR, where their specific tool, the Panorama Spotlight tool, has disruptive access to spending and health outcome data. And these are not necessarily political actions, but they produce the same result, which is information that was once available openly is suddenly hidden, broken, or gone. Some other examples I have from the government are, as you can see, are these pages where you now see that the page is not found, or page has moved, or it does not exist anymore. The second category we have is information control and messaging, where language, terminology, or framing are changed in ways that reshape how information and policies are understood. As an example, one recent case is the Office of Personnel Management's guidance narrowing the use of the term gender to sex. And this may seem minor, but it alters how surveys, data sets, analyses, and information from the government represents identity, and essentially rewrites categories of knowledge. Following this guidance, we've seen web content on gender identity or civil rights quietly removed or rewritten. As an example, I have this FAQ page on sexual orientation and gender identity from the US Department of Labor's office. That once exists is now gone. Similarly, the LGBTQ heritage page from the National Park Service is now currently the LGBT heritage page. These shifts impact not just what's available, but how information is presented. The third category is policy and legal pressures, including budget decisions, lawsuits, court cases, agency guidance or directives that shape what information continues to be presented or exist. For example, the Office of Personnel Management recently canceled the Federal Employment Viewpoint Survey, citing budget issues and cost. But beyond budget savings. It also eliminates a key data set for evaluating workforce conditions and equity in government workforces and employment. Another clear example of policy and legal pressures come from federal grants. This is a screenshot of the Grant Witness Project, which tracks the suspension or termination of federally funded scientific research, particularly from NIH, NSF, and EPA. And by looking at the scope of these grant terminations, you can see that these decisions are shaped by policy and legal directives around funding. And they have a direct impact on what kinds of research can move forward versus what cannot, and what evidence and information is preserved for public use. And finally, I have political and administrative shifts, changes in leadership or administrative priorities or executive orders can reshape agencies and erase programs altogether. This year, the major reduction in the US Department of Education is one of the examples. And these changes often mean documents and websites are taken down, leaving gaps in historical as well as current information. And among the major reduction in force in the Department of Education, the Office of Educational Technology has already led to removal of its website and resources. Similarly, delays and disruptions in the releases of key data sets like IPEDS, which is the Integrated Post-Secondary Education Data Systems, that usually release their data sets annually, has not been released this year. These kind of delays and disruptions leave researchers without essential and publicly funded data. These patterns, whether they're technical, legal, or political, all shape how people experience and access information. To name a few, researchers and educators might lose access to data continually and reliably, while reductions in federal funding add to these challenges, making it harder to reproduce studies or research, cite reliable evidence, or build curriculum for educators. Libraries and archives face broken links, outdated records, disappearing information, and we also see a lot of growing demand from users who cannot or no longer access reputable and trusted sources. Students and learners encounter missing or altered public information that could be used in assignments, civic learning, or classroom discussions. Community and citizens struggle to find accurate information on everyday needs, including health information. Someone said environment information, they've seen that modified. Business information, voting, government activity information, and so on. And across all of this, public discourse suffers when official information is changed or if it disappears. And this fuels misinformation and weakened transparency as well. In short, restricted access doesn't just affect research, but it reshapes how knowledge is created and shared and trusted as well. So along with these challenges, libraries are not alone in trying to work with these problems. There are several large community-driven efforts working to preserve at-risk government information. I won't have time to go into detail of each one of them, but together they highlight both the urgency of community action when public information is at risk. And I would suggest to look into these efforts if you're interested. And one of those efforts is the project we're here to talk about today. And with that, I will turn it over to Molly to introduce the Tracking Government Information Project.
Awesome. Thank you, Sangha. Thank you for that wonderful overview of what has changed in this last administration. So now that Ben and Sangha have illustrated the depth of this problem, I'm going to chat a little bit about what we are all trying to do about it. All right. Whoops. There we go. So as I mentioned, Ben and Sangha and I are joined by two other teammates, both from the University of Minnesota. Jenny McBurney is our fantastic government publications librarian, and she's the one that kind of really got us all together and spearheaded this project. And in more recent months, we've been joined by Kate Sheridan, a fantastic publishing librarian who has helped us build a search interface so that the information that we've been collecting over the past several months is much more accessible and browsable for people to use and analyze. All right, so in February of this year, as a lot of you know, there was just kind of an all at once over the course of a couple of weeks, tons of government information started going down from websites. Maybe the most famous one in terms of the news coverage it got is for a while, every single CDC data set that had anything at all to do with LGBTQ health went down. Fortunately, there was a successful lawsuit that said, hey, this information needs to come back up, and it was in fact reinstated. But over a course of like just a few weeks in February, we saw dozens, hundreds of websites going down. This included data sets, but it also included things like academic papers, working papers, images. You may have heard the Department of Defense took down images of female veterans, veterans of color from their website. During this time, Jenny and myself and my colleagues here with me today started getting questions from patrons. Just as I asked all of you, have you heard from patrons? We were hearing from researchers who wanted to know where they could find an archived copy of information that had gone down. And then the other question we kept getting is, how widespread is this? We were so grateful and inspired by projects like the Data Rescue Project that were looking at data that was going down. And we were also concerned because I work personally as a social sciences librarian. I work with people who need quantitative data, but also people who need qualitative information. We wanted there to be some way to track, what about everything else that's going down? How widespread is this and what's being targeted? Fortunately, much of the information that has gone down is preserved in the Wayback Machine, but of course you have to know something has gone missing or is supposed to be there in order to know to look there. So we also started talking about how can we build a tool to make people aware of what's disappeared so that they know they need to look somewhere else. And finally, one specific event here at Minnesota inspired us to take action. We had a couple of colleagues in the School of Public Health who wrote an editorial for MinPost letting everyone know that their entire research paper, which was supposed to be open access, published by a CDC journal, was taken down. And I believe it was during the same few weeks when all the data related to LGBTQ health went down. So it wasn't just the data going down, but it was research produced with this data that was intentionally open access that went down. Fortunately, that went back up. But knowing that that was able to happen, Jenny and I were like, okay, we've got to do something. So we launched the Tracking Government Information Project and joined forces with Ben and Sangha. And our project has just sort of three simple goals, and they line up exactly with the problems we identified. We're attempting to track any changes and to government information, and that includes not just things that were on a website that went down, which in some ways is the easier of the two things to track, but something else we're attempting to track is all the information that is not going to be produced because of the devastating cuts to government agencies and offices. As many of you know, the Department of Education, for example, has had devastating cuts that will permanently impact, as Sangha mentioned, what data is actually being collected by the government and then available through things like the National Center for Educational Statistics. And so while we can connect somebody to a Wayback Machine page that maybe includes data or papers that have been taken down, unfortunately, we cannot provide anyone with data that is supposed to be open access, but was never collected in the first place. So we're attempting to track that so that people at least know what is happening. We also want to help people see the general scope of the problem, which is very, very difficult since there's so much kind of information produced by the government. We wanted to kind of create a spot where we were tracking everything. And finally, in situations where there is archived copies available, we wanted to be able to connect people with those archived copies. So over the past couple of months, and this has been an iterative process, we've created a workflow where absolutely anyone is welcome to submit any information that they notice is gone from a government website. The form, which I will share in a minute, then feeds into a back-end spreadsheet that the 5 of us administer. We lightly edit the metadata for clarity and to make sure links that should work, because their 2 news articles or the Wayback Machine are in fact working. And then those will be transferred onto a public spreadsheet, which you can all download and use. And then thanks to Kate Sheridan, we now have that public spreadsheet feeding into a public search interface that anyone can use. So I have a few just quick screenshots here to show you how the process works. Here's our Google form you are all very welcome to use. And we encourage people to submit even if they're not quite sure what happened. Like if they're like, I think this was a resource here, we will look into it on our end. Even if all you have is a broken link and you're like, I'm not quite sure why this link is broken, go ahead and submit it and we can look into it on our end. This is what the public database looks like. And again, we just want to make the actual database spreadsheet form, available to everyone so people can download it and conduct their own analysis about what sorts of pieces of information are being targeted, what departments and agencies are impacted, et cetera. And then here is a screenshot of our currently publicly searchable interface. And as you can see, you can search by agency, you can search by office, and you can also search by type of material. Was it a grant? Was it data? Was it an image or a video? And then what has happened to it? And as I mentioned before, we have items that have been completely removed. We also have a number of items that have been modified. So many of you may have heard there is a list of banned words that went around in February and March. Among many Trump administration offices, these words can no longer be used. We're also tracking documents where the language was changed. One example is I know the State Department just recently, I believe in May, The Guardian reported that no one in the State Department is allowed to use the term racially and ethnically motivated violent extremism, which is how white supremacist terrorism is described, which of course is the #1 form of terrorism in the United States. One of you shared when we did the chat waterfall that the Department of Justice has recently taken down a report that also clarifies using data that white supremacist violence is the #1 form of violence in the United States. That has also been removed. So we're tracking documents like the one removed from the Department of Justice page, but also we want to track documents where the language that was used to describe something has been changed, because of course that changes how members of the general public and researchers are interacting with these materials that should be open access. All right, so how do we learn about content to add? This has really been an ongoing process. I do want to give a shout out to Kelly Smith, who's a fantastic librarian at UC San Diego. She has a weekly roundup where she releases things that have changed under the Trump administration. She's kindly shared that with us, so we're able to put that into the spreadsheet that then can be searchable. And we have also been so grateful for listservs and mailing lists. Social media has been especially helpful. All of these have been ways that we've been able to kind of hear this is happening, and keep an eye on them. And I also just wanted to give a shout out to Kelly Smith's LibGuide, along with the LibGuide created by my fantastic colleagues, Jenny McBurney and Sarah Westall here at the University of Minnesota. I'm saying here because I'm there too. They've both created fantastic LibGuides for just kind of following what information has changed in the 2025 administration, and when possible, where you can find alternative data sources or links to archived copies when available. And I don't have time to go through all of these, but we will be sharing our slides. We are also so grateful for other trackers. We have a pretty broad scope for our project, but we've decided not to track court cases because there are other wonderful folks at Lawfare that are doing that. Lots of fantastic data trackers out there that we encourage you to check out. And again, we are including data in what we're collecting, but we've been really focused on non-data sources because there are already some really fantastic groups like the Data Rescue Project and others. America's Essential Data is a fantastic website if you haven't checked them out, who are tracking what's going on with government data. All right, and then quickly in the last minute or two before I turn it over for questions, I want to just chat a little bit about how all of you can help. We are looking for volunteers to help us collect information. As I mentioned, absolutely all of you are welcome at any time to use that Google form. If you see something just in the course of your research, your reference work, that seems like it should be there and it's not there. We are also looking for volunteers to help us kind of more regularly look through news sources, look through the communities you're already a part of to help us spot information that we might miss because we know the problem is very widespread. We have a link here if you're interested in volunteering on a more regular basis, if you're willing to commit to searching for things to add every week or every 2 weeks. If you're interested in that, the goal is to make it like many hands make light work, make it so no one's spending more than maybe 20 minutes every week looking for things to add. And if you are interested, we will be hosting a volunteer webinar on November 14th where you can connect with other volunteers and we will talk about how we can kind of all work together to track this information. So if that's at all of interest, go ahead and fill out the volunteer form and we'll stay connected that way. Oh, and with that, I also just wanted to add a lot of these things are things a lot of you are probably already aware of. I imagine there's a lot of people in here who have the Wayback Extension already installed. If you do not, I recommend you install it. If you're ever on a government site and you're just curious if something looks funny, go ahead and save a link that allows people like us to look into what has been changed, what's been modified, and what's been removed. I encourage people to just raise awareness. If you're not in the know about what kind of information is being disappeared, it can be really hard to know where to look. So talk to people about government information going away. And again, this is taxpayer-funded work that we all have the right to access, and we really kind of need all eyes on this problem. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to questions.
We did get one question from Lisa in the chat. So what approaches have you found that work best in communicating this work to the general public?
Yeah, that's a great question. And Ben and Sangha, please jump in. I will say primarily at this stage, we've been doing a lot of communicating with other librarians. So it's been like a little indirect. It's been like making sure, even just like at my own institution, every single one of my librarian colleagues are impacted in different ways by the lack of government information available. So we've been talking about ways to make sure that then they can pass that information along to their patrons. And it looks like Ben has something to say too.
Yeah, as Molly had mentioned, a lot of the trackers are listing other trackers on their webpage. So it varies as to how many trackers you will see on any given. I just came across Essential data recently because one of the people that's created that is named Diane Ross, and she was a former head of cybersecurity for the U.S. government. And I was going to mention I looked at their webpage recently, just a couple days ago, and I was going to mention to them, and she is presenting at UC Berkeley in the next week or so, a discussion about her work and how people can get involved in trying to preserve government information. So I just thought I'd mention that.
Thank you. We have one more question. If you have an alternative link to the Google site and form, I guess some folks are having some security blocks from Google.
That is really good to know. What I can do, and I know a couple people have asked about sharing slides. Could I send a follow-up to email to them pass along?
Yes, absolutely. That'd be
Okay,
awesome.
fantastic. Thank you for letting us know that. I really appreciate it.
Of course. It looks like that was the last question. So I just want to thank you, Molly, Sangha, and Ben, so much for this presentation. We're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break. And again, thank you so much, and we'll see you all again in just 10 minutes.
So thank you all for having us. I'm here with Colleen. My name is Kirsten Valley. I'm the interim head of the dissertation office at the University of Chicago, as well as the repository services manager. And I'm here with Colleen Malarkey, who I work with in the dissertation office. Colleen is our dissertation specialist, and Colleen is celebrating 29 years at the University of Chicago today. So everybody give her a round of applause. So she said keep it on the down low, but it has to be celebrated. So today we're just going to talk to you a little bit about implementing open access dissertation deposit at the University of Chicago. This is something that my former colleague Ellen Bryan started working on with Colleen, and we'll talk about basically why it is we wanted to open access to our dissertations, as well as our process for doing that, and then we'll talk a little bit about embargoes and copyright concerns from students, since perhaps other folks have implemented open access maybe far before we have. There may be some new concerns that we can bring to light when making that decision. So why did we open access? Well, these are, not that dissimilar to what we've been talking about all morning here. But we, open access, it creates an avenue for compliance with the funding agencies. With funding agencies, access and sharing requirements. Obviously, exposure and discoverability. We want our students' research to be discoverable in more than one way. There's also, consistent trends with higher citation rates when research is open. So we are able to assign DOIs to the dissertations to serve as persistent links, and then also just a wider range of readers, which we want more individuals to read our students' work. So multiple peer institutions have already required this, and we were just following suit. Columbia, Berkeley, I guess this is our shout out list, Cornell, Harvard, UPenn, Princeton. And this tends to be a more common practice in North America, and to promote the scholarly output of the university. So I guess why it was such a huge step for the University of Chicago is, the University of Chicago is known for a lot of things, and some of that is, free market, you should be able to make money off of your work. And we, thankfully for Ellen and Colleen's leadership, we were able to kind of push that narrative. The library as a whole was able to push that narrative and implement this new process that highly favors open access. So in response to more universities making their work open access, we based it on the principles of the U Chicago Library, which are one, meeting the information needs of the university as stewards of an outstanding research collection and as leaders in open scholarship, as well as championing openness as the organizational default by opening scholarship for use and impact, facilitating the widest access to collections and spaces, and practicing transparency as an organization. So the move to open access aligns with these. So as part of the process of implementing open access, we consulted with the University of Chicago community first. Ellen and Colleen worked on a survey in which they had it open for 2 weeks, and they asked 133 spring doctoral candidates to complete a 2-question survey. It had a 32% response rate, which was statistically significant according to our assessment librarian, and we will take that. At the end of the year, we it's very hard to get students to complete surveys. They kind of have one foot out the door. So yes, this was good for us. We asked them questions about changing the policy, and of the 32% of individuals who submitted their dissertation, 98% of them chose to have their dissertation made available in Knowledge at Chicago. Under the first question was, under the proposed policy, students would no longer be required to make their dissertations available via ProQuest subscription database of dissertations and theses. Are you comfortable or uncomfortable with this proposed change? We welcome your comments on the above statement. Of these students, 79% of them were comfortable. They had various comments, which when we share the slides, I don't have to read off every single one, but just kind of pointing towards please change it to a publicly available database maintained by the school. This comment about they were worried about being able to publish their thesis later in academic journal. There's actually a follow-up to that, just in case it's confusing at this point in the presentation. So overall, very positive response to those questions, that question. The second question was, under the proposed policy, students would be required to make their dissertations available via Knowledge at Chicago, the university's open access repository. Delaying access to the full text would be an option. Are you comfortable or uncomfortable with this proposed change? 84% comfortable, and it's really, I think this is really cool to see students say things like free open access to the whole world, please. And related to the comment I called out in the last slide, where they said this would remove my worry, and they followed up and said, as long as it does not create issues related to my comment on the previous question. So this was all well, and it does, we'll get into the types of issues that the students are concerned about, because we do have solutions to those issues. Uncomfortable comments are, they were concerned about how widely known Knowledge at Chicago, how widely Knowledge at University of Chicago spans across other archives and search engines. And yeah, there's all sorts of comments, and that's always good to see, at least in terms of engagement. So after we did this survey, then Ellen went to the Library Student Advisory Council and presented to them about the potential change. They talked about the benefits of open access, provided examples of different peer institutions, and posed the following discussion questions. Do you think the university should consider making a change in policy? What do you think about requiring dissertation access via Knowledge at Chicago and making access via ProQuest optional? And they also confirmed with LSAC that delaying access to dissertation would remain an option still in Knowledge at Chicago and in ProQuest. Obviously, these discussions and the survey and this discussion went well because we began asking ourselves, where are we at now? How likely is this going to happen? How soon might it happen? And I should have designed this to kind of pop up each question, because I think that's basically how our brains worked after this was, what are the various parts of the web that we have to, dive into and just bring it all to the center. So these are just various questions that may help if your institution is thinking about a similar policy, things that you can ask yourself as well. So next, Colleen is going to talk about the concerns from students that are very valid, that we needed to, I guess, going along with that list of all those questions, a big question that was asked is, how will this affect my future publications? So with that being said, I'm going to pass it over to Colleen to talk about how she's dealt with these types of questions as the dissertation specialist is basically like our frontline person for the dissertation office. So go ahead, Colleen.
Thanks, Kirsten. Thank you. So we use the term embargo and it means basically a delayed release of the full text of the dissertation. So it means that when the student submits the dissertation, like formerly to ProQuest dissertations and theses database, and now they can do that optionally. They must submit to Knowledge at UChicago, the university's institutional IR. An embargo would mean that there's a record for the dissertation, so the metadata, including the abstract, would be available, but the full text of the dissertation would be unavailable for a limited period of time. And so there are, I'd say, the three main reasons that students give for seeking to embargo their dissertation or delay the release of the full text. One, because they plan to publish the material, or sometimes the material has been submitted to a journal. The usual scenario is 1 or 2 chapters are under review at a journal. This is often with the science dissertations. So they plan to publish the material usually in a journal, or sometimes in the humanities. They're hoping to either publish in a journal or ideally a monograph on the topic that they researched. Okay, so they have plans to publish the material. How does embargoing or delaying the release of the full text come in? A lot of times publishers will tell the prospective, the author of the work, well, we're not interested in publishing something if it's already freely available. And that kind of discounts the fact that a finished monograph or polished and completed articles are usually different from the form that the material is in within the dissertation. But that's kind of a side topic. It's related. The other reason it's maybe this is probably the most straightforward and pragmatic, and the time limit is usually really clear. If there's a patent pending on part of the material in the dissertation, again, this is usually in the sciences, then they don't want it freely available until that patent process has been completed, which makes sense. Usually that is around a 6-month period. Okay, the third is the most kind of the most nuanced, I'd say, and probably the most deeply felt, is there's concern for the safety of research subjects and or of the dissertation author. And I'll talk in a minute about one recent case study, an actual dissertation, and the sort of back and forth that needed to go on. I think one thing that allowing embargoes to be put into place, we found that once the university embraced open access as like the default, this is what they want for all the dissertations, actually the idea of embargoing, why to embargo, what are the steps, really just became kind of all the more important. Okay, and I'll explain that a little bit. But what we went with when we switched to submission to the institutional repository was an embargo could be for up to 2 years after graduation. And that's 2 years is actually the length that they were, the maximum that the students were allowed when they submitted to ProQuest. That's not a ProQuest requirement. Their requirement about embargoes is very flexible. That was a University of Chicago thing. We don't want the dissertation embargoed for more than 2 years. After 2 years, we'll look at and consider, we meaning university administration, will consider the need for an ongoing embargo, but we want to have that moment of reconsidering it after 2 years. Okay, so that embargo extensions, so that's subject to the approval of the one particular administrator, the deputy provost for graduate education. The student can request any student could request an embargo extension, but it's the deputy provost for graduate education who makes the decision whether they need more information to support the request, or if they just say no, or they'll grant it. And then students are, I mean, they're welcome to push back if they got a no. And many students who have said, I don't think you understand my situation, my research topic, and the situation entirely, would explain more. And in many cases, the deputy provost said, that's new information coming to light for me. The extension is approved. Okay, so basically the students need to demonstrate cause, and it would either be not so much plans to publish, but after 2 years, they're asked, do you have a contract, or are you in preliminary talks, or have you at least identified a series you want this? In other words, some kind of serious movement toward publication. And then the concern for the safety of research topics. And then I'm kind of going back a step a bit. I'm sorry for any confusion, but when the students submit the dissertation, if they have content in it that is protected by copyright and someone else holds the copyright, then they do need to deal with that. In many cases, students will do a fair use analysis and decide, I think that my use of this material, which is under copyright by someone else, really introduces a fresh, a brand new, really a transformative understanding of this information. And so because I'm only using as much of the copyrighted material as I need to make my point, but no more than that, I do not believe that it's going to have an effect on the market. And I'm not doing this for commercial purposes. It's not a money-making proposition. I am asserting fair use. Okay. And then in other cases, the student is just more straightforward. Maybe they just obtain permission from the copyright holder. You can use this in your dissertation. If you want to use it in a further publications, you need to reapply for permission. That's usually the response they will get. And then when they submit the dissertation, we require that any documentation they needed to obtain showing that they have permission to reuse content is they can even just take a web page saying, if it's for your thesis, you may use it. You must give a full credit line as an example. We ask that they turn that information, it's usually from a website, into a PDF and upload it as supporting information when they submit the dissertation. So that's like, the submission process. And then I think maybe the next thing would be just a case study, I think. So we had a fairly recent situation where a student did the dissertation, had a 2-year embargo. The embargo was about to lapse. That's the time frame. We asked people around maybe 6-8 weeks before the embargo is going to elapse, get in touch and say that you need to request an extension, and here's why. Okay, so the student requested an embargo extension, and he cited the fact that there's continued civil unrest and violence in the geographic area that they wrote about in their dissertation. Okay, then a discussion then ensued between university administration, primarily the deputy provost, who's the person who says yes or no to an embargo extension request, the dissertation author, their faculty, that was primarily the chair of their department, and then the IRB, or the Institutional Review Board, that he had approved the dissertation project. Just kind of briefly, I'm learning a lot more about this myself. And an IRB, or Institutional Review Board, that is a group on the campus that will examine and vet and advise on topics that have certain ethical components. For instance, this particular dissertation, there were human subjects because it was relying a lot on first-person interviews about the political and social cultural situation. Okay, now the IRB had said that the student needed to anonymize the individuals in the dissertation. Now, the deputy provost, we are really fortunate. We have a very committed, very student favorable deputy provost. He said, I need a copy of the dissertation I need to look at, and could the student please flag for me particular passages that they're concerned about? The student did that very promptly. The vice provost looked at it and said, the student was told to anonymize, but then the quotation anonymizing doesn't just mean using pseudonyms. The student was concerned, and the deputy provost agreed that personally identifying information about individuals, research respondents, was not sufficiently masked, and that people could really be targeted. It would, because it's a particular geographical area, that people could figure out who some of these individuals were, and so the embargo extension was granted. I guess one of the things is, I feel like I'm going on too long, but what I wanted to kind of bring out, or what we're learning ourselves in the dissertation office and at the university, is that when you are putting information out there, unless students just are told they have to stop doing sensitive qualitative work, which I don't think is going to happen, then there needs to be some vehicle, some mechanism for the information not to be available before. That's really a good idea. So
I'm gonna, Colleen, real quick, I'm gonna go to that wrap-up slide.
Thank you.
Just because we only have at least 3 minutes for questions.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. You're good. I love when you tell me all the history about the university. It's the only way I get acquainted here. So just some key takeaways from this is that, open access obviously enhances the impact with it improves exposure, citation rates, accessibility. Strong community support is needed for something like this, and having flexible access policies also help a lot to help any uneasiness with the publication process. We're finding that we need to provide more copyright guidance just to also help us with any type of last minute support that we get. We get a lot of requests towards submission time, so trying to get ahead of that has helped us a little bit. We provide that support for those sensitive cases, and that seems to be very important for us. And then we just continuously engage to assess the political climate and make any policy decisions as needed. So with that, I can answer a couple of the questions in the chat without trying to go over time, if that's okay.
Yeah, so we actually have about a minute.
Yes.
So yeah, if you could wrap it up in a minute, and then if you can also stay back and answer questions too, with the next session too.
Yeah, no problem. So I guess the first one I'll answer is just about the accessibility of ETDs. That's a great question. Yes, we've started to think about how we can make dissertations more accessible, and thankfully our Visual Resources Center in the Art History Department, they have created this wonderful Publishing with Images guide, which we've collaborated with them on. So we are starting to encourage students to add alt text to images, tables, and the Visual Resources Center is there to assist with them. In terms of more structural, data-driven accessibility, that is something I'm still looking into, but it is a huge question. Considering we're not a public university, we do have a little bit of time to comply with the Title II changes. So we will follow your lead in the public sector there. And then I think that's about it.
Thank you, University of Chicago.
So great. Our next session presentation is titled Navigating NIH's Revised Public Access Policy, On-the-Ground Experiences from Librarians and Researchers. Please join me in welcoming analysts Katie and Tim. I'm handing it over to you.
Great, thank you. I'm Katie Fortney. I'm the Copyright Policy and Education Officer at California Digital Library, and I'll be kicking us off today. Tim, next slide, please. I think if you're here, you may be already familiar a little bit with the NIH public access policy, but we will go over it briefly to make sure we're all on the same page and cite our sources. I'll do that part, and then I will hand it over to Tim, who's going to talk about some education and outreach materials coming out of the UC libraries. And finally, Annalisa will talk about what folks are hearing from authors out in the world. And then we have saved, we think, ample time for questions. Next slide, please. So first, the recap of what the public access policy says. Next slide. Okay, so to go back in time, once upon a time, we had the 2008 NIH public access policy. Under this policy, authors needed to submit their final manuscript version of their articles, any article funded in whole or in part by NIH, to PubMed Central to be made publicly available no more than 12 months after the official date of publication. That chugged along nicely for 17 years. Along the way, we got the 2013 OSTP memo saying other agencies needed to do the same thing. And then ... Next slide, please. In 2022, we got a new OSTP memo saying that all these agencies and new ones besides had to revise their public access policies or create new ones such that the articles available in the designated agency repository had to be available immediately without that 12-month embargo after publication. Said a lot of other stuff about data and fun things, but most importantly for the NIH, they needed to remove this embargo. Next slide. We'll be calling it, like NIH does, the 2024 public access policy. Originally was going to cover 2026 articles. Now it's covering 2025 articles, but it came out in 2024. So there we are. Here in these slides that you'll have later are links to the text of the policy itself. Next slide, please. And here we can see that policy. So the big white blocks on your screen there, that is the actual notice document where the official copy of the policy lives. If you could make your browser infinitely tall, it is that much text. However, everything above the green line is commentary on public comments received and a preamble. The actual policy itself is below the green line, and the core requirements of the policy are these three things in that little yellow box. The three requirements in the policy are submission to PMC with no embargo, funding acknowledgements and articles, an agreement to a standard license. And this 2024 policy applies to manuscripts with acceptance dates on or after July 1st, 2025. Next slide, please. To take these three requirements in reverse order, simplest to most complicated, one is agreement to a standard license. This is a new requirement in the 2024 policy, but authors aren't going to forget to do it because they don't have to remember to do it. It will just be placed in front of them. They will have to agree to it when clicking through manuscript submission, and it's in the policy itself saying, by accepting our funding, you agree to this license, and it'll be in all kinds of other documents that have to be processed and agreed to in order to get their grant funds. So that one is easy enough, plastered everywhere. Next slide, please. The middle requirement is that authors have to say, hey, we're funded by the NIH. They've always wanted to do this because they're funding this research. They want some credits. This requirement exists outside the public access policy. It's in the NIH grant policy statements and guidelines. There is also a suggestion and encouragement that authors can say not only we are funded by NIH in this work, but that because we are funded by NIH, we're subject to this open access policy, and the article will be publicly available in PMC without an embargo. That is not a requirement of the policy. It is a suggestion. Next slide, please. And finally, the core number one requirement of the policy is that you have to submit your articles to PubMed Central. The sentence about when you deposit is a tortured piece of verbiage, but it says you have to deposit upon acceptance. It's available at time of publication, but you deposit before that at time of acceptance. That provides time for NIH to do processing things in the background, which can take a few weeks. Principal investigators are on the hook for doing that. That is who the requirement applies to, not publishers. But it can also be accomplished by letting the publisher deposit the final published version. As we're going to hear a little bit later, not all publishers that used to do this are continuing to do this, so authors should not assume that it's going to happen. Next slide, please. There's a lot of discussion in the comments and in the accompanying documentation about publication costs. So NIH states repeatedly that you may not run into publication costs. By the way, this is not a policy that requires authors to publish in an open access journal or to publish open access in a hybrid journal. So you can deposit in a PMC. There's no fee for that. And if you do publish Gold OA, that doesn't take care of your requirement because your publisher may not deposit for you. You're on the hook for that. Next slide, please. However, publication costs were allowable costs to come out of grants under the previous policy. They will continue to be allowable costs under the new 2024 policy. That's in here, and there's also supplemental guidance on publication costs. So APCs are allowable as long as they're not incurred after the closeout of award. This guidance in 25-048 talks about other charges that are not allowed, such as if a publisher wanted to charge you for submitting your article to PubMed Central or charge you for peer review. More details in the fine print there. There's also a recent request for information about whether APC caps would be a good idea, but we don't have a ruling on that for NIH, so we will not discuss it today. And with that, I believe I hand it over to Tim.
Thanks, Katie, and hello, everyone. I'm Tim Vollmer, and I'm from UC Berkeley Library, and I'm a librarian in the Scholarly Communication and Information Policy Office. I'm going to share with you a few ways that librarians here and across the University of California have been providing some education and also assistance on the implementation of the NIH public access policy. So Katie mentioned that the 2024 NIH public access policy was essentially moved up 6 months. And NIH didn't notify anyone until about April 30th of this year that they were doing that. So we knew that we needed to get information out to UC NIH funded researchers as soon as we could so that they would know what they need to do. So in advance of the implementation of the revised policy, the University of California's Office of Scholarly Communication formed a working group. And this working group included UC faculty, representatives from the libraries, and also the research offices. And what we did is develop some high-level guidance to assist UC authors in understanding and complying with the updated policy. And this information was posted to our Office of Scholarly Communication website, and we'll have that link to share later on. We're also providing assistance locally on the University of California campuses. So our institution's libraries have published news articles that announce the updated NIH public access policy and let researchers know how they can reach out to the library for more information and more help. And many of our campuses have created, digital information resources like web pages or libguides on the updated policy. So just as an example, a few other things we're doing, UC San Francisco, UC Berkeley, and a few other campuses have hosted some Zoom or in-person workshops for researchers that walk them through the new policy requirements. We're sharing our presentation slides and our notes, as well as recordings of those workshops on our libraries. Well, at Berkeley, we're sharing it on our library's YouTube channel. So you can see these are all local efforts meant to really meet researchers where they are, as some of them may feel more comfortable interacting with campus librarians and staff. Now, that being said, of course, we know there are a lot of other great resources and assistance provided by organizations like Spark, Authors Alliance, and others. We also are understanding that librarians on the ground, including us working in scholarly communication offices, and others like librarians in the sciences and other departments who are serving NIH research grantees directly, they're getting specific questions about what they need to do. And of course, this is particularly relevant for campuses with big NIH investments. So at UC, we decided to go a bit deeper and start collecting both actual and prospective questions from researchers. And a small group of Scalcom and science librarians from across the UC are documenting these questions and preparing templated answers that we're sharing with other UC librarians, so we're all on the same page in how to best respond and provide the best information and guidance to researchers. So our running list of questions and templated answers is helpful for UC librarians to consult with when they get a question and need help on how to respond in a particular situation. So some of the topics that we've covered are like helping UC authors understand their rights under the federal purpose license and also the UC's open access policy, unpacking the interaction between the NIH public access policy and some of the open access publishing agreements that the UC has entered into, helping researchers navigate NIH's allowable costs regarding the payment of publication charges, and also understanding the submission of the author accepted manuscript or final published article, depending on the publishing pathway that they choose, and other types of topics like that as well. Another aspect is trying to understand what publishers are saying and doing about the NIH public access policy. And Annalisa is going to delve more deeply into this in her section of the presentation. But the gist is that some publishers are giving conflicting information and also conflicting policy interpretations. This can be really confusing to authors. So under the NIH public access policy, funded authors grant to NIH the right to share that author-accepted manuscript at the same time as the official publication. And we believe that publishers shouldn't be able to override this pre-existing license, although this is what some publishers seem to be trying to do. And then finally, while our libraries can and are providing some good assistance for NIH researchers, there are other campus departments that can jump in as well. So for example, your campus's research office, if you have a sponsored projects unit, potentially other data services group, they also might have an interest or resources and capacity to jump in and help NIH authors in their compliance with the updated policy. So if you're not already doing it, you could reach out to help coordinate services within your campus. So now I'm going to pass the presentation over to Annalisa.
Thank you, Tim. So I'm Annalisa Taylor. I'm at the University of California, San Francisco, and my role there is head of scholarly communication at the library. So I'll summarize what kinds of questions we've been receiving at the UC libraries and how we've been providing support to help authors understand their options with these questions. Okay, next slide, please. So the primary question that we've been receiving from authors is what to do when publishers are saying they have to pay for gold open access in order to comply with NIH's public access policy. And publishers, as Tim mentioned, are putting this into their policies when it comes to awardees who are funded by funders with a zero embargo policy, like the NIH public access policy at this point. So the publishers that we've heard from so far at UC libraries are Elsevier, Oxford University Press, Springer Nature, and then Wiley through some internal conversations. So let's look at our first example, which is Elsevier. So how is Elsevier pushing NIH-funded authors towards open access? So from a correspondence that a UC Berkeley author had with Elsevier, which they then shared with UC Berkeley Library, you could see that their language, and I'm not asking you to read all of this on the screen, but basically they sort of said you would need to publish your article as open access, and re-emphasizing that to share, if you're publishing under the subscription model, that you'd be sharing the AAM version of your article only after 12 months. And if you look at the Elsevier's policy on sharing that AAM version, they state that authors can share that version only after the embargo period. They do allow for sharing that version in some instances, but not on a publicly available institutional repository or a third-party platform like PubMed Central. And let's look at Springer Nature next. So this is from another correspondence, a correspondence with another UC Berkeley author. And their language I just find to be much more strongly, really much more heavy-handed. So they're saying things like gold open access is the only sustainable route to immediate access. Publishing via the subscription model is not a viable option for NIH-funded authors, and then reinforcing that, publication under the subscription model, therefore, is not suitable for authors. So lots of different adjectives there, but all very, very heavy-handed. And if you look at Springer's policy, their policy page where they say, federal agency public access compliance information, this is really consistent with what they're putting out there publicly. And then their license to publish also has a statement about licensing any version of the article under a license inconsistent with the terms of this agreement is something that's not allowed. So that kind of goes back to Tim's comment about sort of the publisher trying to sort of upend what NIH is stating that they have the right to do through their license, through the standard license or the federal purpose license. And then let's look at Wiley and ACS, ACS being the American Chemical Society. So from our internal discussions in the UC libraries with Wiley, they've signaled that their stance is similar to what we've just talked about with Elsevier and Springer Nature. And then they also have a webpage called Understand Your Funders Agreement with Wiley, where they call it NIH the NIH awardees, basically saying the same thing. If you want to be compliant with your funders policy, you need to publish gold open access. American Chemical Society introduced this article development charge in 2024. And what this is for grantees who are funded by someone who has a zero embargo policy, is that if they want to make the AAM version of their paper publicly accessible immediately upon publication, they would have to pay this article development charge. They charge $2,500 US for this. And it's been quite controversial, and there's been quite a bit of coverage, including the screenshot that you see from the Authors Alliance, where they've talked about this and, would this be considered an allowable cost under the NIH public access policy or according to NIH policies? Their language in the NIH public access policy states that this kind of a charge is not allowable, but there's still some debate and some discussion about whether it is or not. And ACS sort of makes this argument that they think it is allowable. We haven't heard at University of California libraries yet from any authors who've been faced with an ADC. But we did have an agreement with an open access agreement with American Chemical Society that expired on June 30th of this year. But we do still have a negotiated APC rate of $3,000 per article for ACS journals. So I definitely highly recommend those Authors Alliance, the couple of posts that they've put out so far where they've done some analysis of the policies that Elsevier and Springer Nature and ACS are using around the policy. Next slide, please. So you might be asking yourself, well, doesn't the University of California have open access agreements with the publishers we're talking about so far today? And the answer is yes, we do. Other than ACS, we do have open access agreements, so our authors would be able to get funding for publishing open access in the journals. However, we do offer authors the academic freedom to opt out if they're publishing in a hybrid OA journal, and sometimes they do take advantage of that, and they just decide that they don't want to publish OA. So if they do that, are they going to be seeing this, sort of heavy-handed approach by the publisher is saying, no, the only way that you can comply because you're NIH funded is to choose that OA option. The other issue with these agreements is that some journals are excluded from those agreements, and then some article types are not covered depending on the agreement. Typically, anything that's considered original research with the agreements that have some exclusion article types. This actually comes up more often than you think, and that really, like, even aside from the NIH public access policy, can really be a headache for our authors, because they see, oh, we have an agreement with Springer Nature, and then they find out, oh, but there's this article type that's not covered. The other category is journals that we offer only partial coverage for, and that's true with our Springer Nature agreement for the Nature portfolio of journals. We're only able to offer $1,000 towards the APC in the Nature journals, just because those APCs are so high. So if an UC author is publishing in a Nature journal, they're going to see that if they want to publish that article open access, they're going to have to pay $11,690 because we can only cover $1,000 of that very, very high APC. Yes, I see a shocked emoji, which is just, an incredibly high APC. And so what are authors going to be experiencing when they opt out of open access for that Nature article? And we'll see on the next slide a couple of examples of instances that we've encountered with, in both cases, UCSF authors that had articles that were not covered by our agreements. So in the case of Springer Nature, the screenshot that you see on the left, there was a UCSF author whose article type was not covered by our Springer Nature agreement. It happened to be a hybrid journal, so they could choose subscription, but when they got to the screen where they could select subscription versus open access, they saw this language, which they then shared via a screenshot with me, that states that the subscription model is not, here we go again, we see the not suitable language for your funders requiring immediate access. So they're basically being told, you can't do this if you're NIH funded. So that's when the author reached out to the library saying, well, what do I do here? I'm not getting funding through the UC agreement. And in this case, we still haven't completely resolved this one, but we were able to get the author's article type switched, or we're in the process of getting that article type switched so that it could be one of the article types that would be covered. And actually, we think it was an error that article type wasn't covered in the first place. But it's a lot of resources involved with getting to that point of clearing this up. In the case of Oxford University Press, OUP, there was a UCSF author who had submitted a commentary article, which is not a covered type of article with our OUP agreement with the University of California. And so OUP responded to the author that the only way that they could comply with NIH's public access policy was to pay for gold open access. The irony of that situation is that assuming this commentary was not peer reviewed, is that NIH's public access policy does not apply to non-peer reviewed articles. But I think, the publisher's probably just saying, okay, they see one thing checked off, NIH funding, therefore this is their response to that. And then finally, the other type of situation that we have had questions from authors about is what happens if, am I supposed to make the deposit of the AAM into PubMed Central? Is the publisher supposed to do it? What happens if both of us do that? Is there going to be some sort of, is one going to get rejected, or is PMC going to accept it from two sources? We've only heard via a correspondence with an author from Elsevier that said, at least for the time being, that they would continue to deposit the AAM into PubMed Central, but only after an embargo period. So this is something that Elsevier did under the previous policy, has been doing for a long time. A lot of publishers actually did this previously, would deposit the AAM version, but they would set the release date to 12 months after publication. Wiley has indicated in their self-archiving policy that authors will need to arrange deposit directly with PMC, and Springer Nature last year in 2024 also changed their policy and stopped making those deposits into PubMed Central. A query that I submitted to NIHMS, which is the NIH manuscript submission system, that's where the AAMs go through in order to get into PubMed Central. In response to my question about what happens if there's a duplicate deposit, or will the author be able to deposit if the publisher has some kind of an agreement to do that? And their response was that, if the publisher is making the deposit only after an embargo period, the author would be able to upload that. So authors will be able to take that step in order to be compliant with the NIH public access policy. So we have summarized here our experiences and the types of questions that we've been receiving so far at the UC libraries. We're really curious to hear what kinds of questions you've been receiving at your libraries and what other experiences, how you've been approaching supporting authors around this.
Being here. Our next presentation is titled Readying the CSU's US-Japan Collaboration on Research Data Management for Public Access Compliance. Please join me in welcoming Jennifer Beamer and the CSU team of librarians and researchers. Jennifer and team, the floor is yours.
Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself here. Thank you, Nick, for the great introduction. I'm really thrilled to be here today with my team. I think some are also participants watching today as well. I know I have been attending most of the conference, and there have been some really great talks so far, some really serious ones, some ones that are making me feel sad, and a big range of emotions. But I have a big range of emotions today about this presentation. One, I'm really grateful to be able to share. Two, I'm really grateful that you chose us to share. And three, I'm really grateful that there's this whole team of people who are here presenting with me and doing this work with me about how we are readying the CSU system in working towards figuring out together, and we are really figuring out together how we are going to come together to understand how to support our faculty, of which we are as librarians on the CSU campuses, as we approach figuring out how to support data management for public access mandates that are coming up rapidly here in January of 2026. And so we have a big team. We'll list the names of them from across the CSUs in a slide that's coming up. But today here presenting is myself. I'm the primary investigator on this project. And then my colleagues, Carmen Mitchell from CSU San Marcos, Mary Kate Finnegan from CSU Sacramento, Andrew Weiss from CSU Northridge, and Sanjeet Mann from CSU San Bernardino. And I also am a scholarly communication librarian. Everybody else can, before they talk, introduce their role in their everyday life at the library on top of this project. And what we really want to do today is kind of this is a big grant, not maybe in terms of money, but in terms of the work project that we're trying to accomplish. And so we're going to tell you a bit about the context of the project, what we've done to date, because it's a 2-year grant from NSF, from the National Science Foundation, what we hope is going to come next, and then we're going to save a little bit of time for questions and answers, and we will turn off the recording for that so that you can authentically ask us the questions and we can authentically answer any questions that you have for us. So to start out, what is the context? And I think we've heard a lot already in the conference about this kind of context. I think we are very lucky. Each day I open my email and hope for the best, as I've been telling my colleagues. I wrote this grant in this context of the public access memo that came out of the Office of Science and Technology in 2022. I know I felt great joy when I saw this memo come about. I am excited that there will be this free, immediate access to research without embargo. I look forward to, and I've done a lot of reading for each federal agency as they are releasing their policies, their mandates. But the one thing that I was really concerned about is this the aspect of the underlying data. I didn't, as a scholarly communications librarian for 14 years so far, I didn't really have a lot of experience with the data part. I had been stashing away what little data faculty had been providing me, or what little faculty wanted to provide me with, in my institutional repository, which was basically Excel spreadsheets handed to me on USB drives. And so I think this was sort of typical. I had worked at an R1 and then a small medium liberal arts college, and then now at the CSUs as a public institution, where you will see how much federal funding we had received. And so this concerned me a little bit as to how I was going to proceed. And I knew I needed to reach out to my other colleagues who had experience with this and see what was going to happen and how I could support myself and how we could support each other. Sorry, my technique is not perfected. So over to you, Andrew.
Yes, hi everyone. My name's Andrew Weiss. I'm with CSUN, CSU Northridge, digital services librarian, but I focus on ScholarWorks and scholarly communications. And the experience has been the same with me as well in terms of using data, having data sets put into our repository. It's a really minor aspect of what we've been doing, and we want to grow that. But here's a little bit of the context of the CSU system in case some of you are not familiar with our system. So we are 22 campuses, 460,000 students, 28,000 plus faculty. That includes full-time and part-time instructors as well as non-instructional faculty as well. And we really have a big range in terms of our Carnegie classifications, and this is fairly recent development in terms of how that's been defined. So we have, for example, San Diego State, which is considered an R1 university. So what that means is that it has $50 million spent in research per year, as well as 70 plus doctoral candidates that graduate. There are now 8 CSU campuses that are considered to be R2s, so high research activity. So it's a little bit lower in terms of the threshold of research spent, so 5 million, but it does require that there are 20 plus doctoral students graduating each year. And then along with that, the 12 CSUs are now this new designation called research colleges and universities. And that's really, the threshold is a bit lower, so just 2.5 million spent in terms of research per year, some or zero doctoral students graduating per year. And in the case of CSUN, for example, we spend, I think, something like 6 million in research per year, but we only have about 17 or 18 doctoral students graduating per year. So that's in our case, that's our designation. And so that really does reflect, at least in terms of the CSU system, this growing national research prominence, including something like 43,000 articles that were published between 2019 and 2023. And a lot of these then, because we're a teaching forward institution system, a lot of these are co-authored with students then. But that doesn't mean that just because we're student oriented doesn't mean that we're not getting funding. And in terms of the funding, we get a lot of funding from federal agencies, 63% of that from the federal agencies, 23% from the state. And major sponsors include the Department of Health and Human Services, Education, the NSF, for which this grant that we are participating on was funded, the Department of Agriculture and Defense. So really a wide array. And of course, the data mandates related to this, are from these funding sources that we get. So I'll turn it over now to the next slide.
Hi, I'm Carmen Mitchell at Cal State San Marcos, also a ScholComm librarian. And when I was hired in 2011, there were a few other ScholComm librarians, including Andrew, who were hired at the same time across the system. And we started reaching out to each other to try to connect and to try to work together. We've shared things like open access resolutions. Several of our campuses have open access resolutions. We have one campus, East Bay, that has an open access policy. We've also been working on shared repository infrastructure. We have a shared institutional repository. We also have a shared digital archives repository. And all of our campuses have some kind of education, either a LibGuide or another guide on open access and on ScholComm resources. We also have limited support for article processing charges through our read and publish agreements through the Chancellor's Office. And we have really worked to create a community of practice across the system. So we have regular open forums, we have co-working sessions, and we really are trying to model this open scholarship, open access, and just an open mindset throughout the system. And I'll go ahead and pass it on to the next person.
So that's me. So when we wrote this, I say we is me originally, but without the help of all these people, I couldn't enact this grant. But when I was thinking about how we could move this learning experience forward and sort of what could we do, I looked for sort of some international collaboration opportunities. The CSUs, as you can see, are large in a way that maybe you wouldn't anticipate. And also because I thought of them as sort of like a consortial arrangement, although as I began working, I realized they were often individuals. I had also been working with Japan for part of my career into my dissertation research as a postdoc. And as a Fulbright researcher, I had sort of known a little bit about how Japan was proceeding with their big national infrastructure. They had a similar shared repository across a number of institutions, and I don't want to give too many details because that's going to come next, and this creates suspense for everybody. But they had also just recently released this sort of public access mandate, public access memo. However, prior to that, in 2024, in the release of this sort of like immediate open access to publicly funded research results, similar to ours in 2022, Japan had established an open science research data infrastructure plan. And so they are well ahead in terms of this sort of distributed model of helping faculty, helping researchers across a large number of institutions in Japan in sharing their research data. And so the two of these things were emerging in my head as I was thinking about what could I do or how could we look to learning from another place on how to sort of think about what we could do at the CSUs. And so I had gotten back from a Fulbright and jumped into my desk at the CSUs and written up sort of the idea around working on this NSF grant that just happened to be an infrastructure grant that was hoping for collaborative international partnerships. And these were sort of the goals. I won't read it for you because we do intend to make these slides available for you openly after our presentation. So we were going to, our main goals were to take a peek at what our, sort of round up what our main goals were, then learn from what Japan had done in this area, and then advance our sort of open science, open access ideas, and data sharing practices together between learning from the group in Japan called the National Institute of Informatics and putting together a team at the CSUs and then sort of doing this experimental examination of what could happen at the end of this 2 years. And so that's how we have proceeded in this endeavor. And so we were awarded the grant last August, and we've been doing a lot of work since, busy work maybe, but also productive work in getting ourselves to Tokyo. Initially I sent out a call for participants, and I was, I would say, happily inundated with people who were interested in this. I selected those people based on the work they were doing across their daily work. And then from January of this year, we examined the work that we were currently doing on our campuses. And then we prepared to meet with the team at the National Institute of Informatics, which we'll refer to as NII from here on out. We put together a workshop for a week. And then throughout those months, those 9 months, we prepared to go to Japan together. And infused within that preparation, we also learned about Japanese culture, aspects of communication of research, because some of the team members were not well versed in certain aspects of scholarly communication, but well versed in others. And then we planned for this week-long workshop in Tokyo, which we went on from September 19th until September 28th. And so these are the full members of the CSU team, as we're referring to ourselves as. And we just recently tried to create our own little logo, because you'll see on the next slide, there's a NII team. And so I don't know how successful we are. Oops, sorry. I think we need a bigger CSU on the bear's hind leg there. But you can see we have different interests, and we range across to from being librarians to also being directors from the larger chancellor's office of some of the system-wide services, which I really hoped for. And then we also have an external consultant too, who is well-versed in research data management. She's a leader and sort of kept us on track and sort of gave us external information. And Sanjeet, I just realized I took your slide. I apologize for that. Do you have anything else to say?
Yeah, no worries. I'm Sanjeet Maan from CSUSB, where I'm a systems librarian. And one thing I'll just add is I think that the composition of this team really worked out well. We had not only people of institutions of different sizes and different research intensities, kind of referring back to what Andrew was saying about the CSUs, but also just geographically, Northern and Southern California. And then because we were using a participatory action research frame, we have people with experience in scholarly communication, experience advocating for open access, and managing research data as the point people on their campus. But we also have people working in other areas of the library. We have an NPP. We have people working in systems, and we have people working from the chancellor's office with really deep, and together we've gathered people with deep knowledge of licensing, technology and infrastructure, and just how the CSUs work together on shared initiatives. So I think that was one of the strengths of our project, was kind of being able to put together a team that was really cohesive, led by Jen as our PI. So I really appreciate that.
Thanks, and sorry, Sanjeet. So then we also then have this team from the National Institute of Informatics. And again, I won't read out all of their names, but they're diverse in their activities. Some of them manage their nationwide repository. Some of them work in the research data management area. Some are also directors of the different areas. And then some too are involved in the education about those various aspects. And one is even someone who runs the OER repository. There's a nationwide recently released OER repository, and all of them participated in sharing information with us over the week that we were there. Over to you, Sanjeet.
So as Jen mentioned, this was the scope of this grant was kind of to focus on building collaboration and planning. So this first phase of our research has been all about building capacity within the CSU and establishing partnerships, both within our own system and our libraries, and also with NII. We're trying to understand how ARCOS developed its infrastructure, recognizing kind of similarities and differences in the policy environment between the US and Japan, and also reflecting on our own situation, kind of building on the community of practice that Carmen was talking about. I'll also note that our research uses a socio-technical framework. So we're thinking of technological infrastructure not just as objects or systems or platforms, but also thinking about workflows and connections and relationships. According to this view, we need to pay attention to things like institutional decision-making, things like user education, and how staff training and professional development work. So as far as our outcomes, we've been working toward this shared understanding of Japan's repository network as a kind of model or case study for us. And then working towards an initial roadmap for like how ready are we in the CSU to support open access to research data. And then just kind of forging this new partnership. Let's go ahead to the next slide, and I'll just show you an example of what we're learning. Dr. Masaharu Hayashi shared this slide with us. This is a fun fact about the NII is that it supports over 850 institutions across Japan with surprisingly efficient use of staffing and other resources. So he was illustrating on this slide how the Gyro Cloud publication platform has grown over a 10-year period. Initially, Japanese universities were building and hosting their own repositories, seen here in the blue columns. But once NII implemented Gyro Cloud as a hosted service, it quickly became the preferred support model. And then Mary Kate's got another example.
Oh, hey everyone, Mary Kate Finnegan, Sacramento State University. We are going to look at this diagram. The diagram shows how Japan structured research data management at a national scale through the ARCOS ecosystem. And what we're looking at here is essentially 3 platforms working together, supported by 3 layers of infrastructure. Walking through the data pipeline portion of it first, you have Gakunin RDM, where it all starts. This is a workspace where researchers actively manage and store their data during a project. It currently serves about 130 institutions. It's private, it's secure, it's built on the open science framework, but it's really heavily customized for Japanese institutions. Researchers can collaborate here, they can organize their files and manage access controls. When that work's ready to be shared publicly, it moves to Gyro Cloud, Japan's shared repository platform. And as just mentioned, it serves about over 850 institutions. You can kind of think of it as a publication layer. This is where institutional repositories live and where their research outputs become openly accessible. And then there's CINI Research. It's on top as sort of the national discovery layer. It aggregates metadata from all those repositories. It pulls everything together so anyone can search and find publications and data sets in one place. It's the public-facing search interface for Japan's research output. And these platforms are super important, but what took my breath away all week long is the support structure that's underneath all of this. At the foundation, of course, you have the NII. They provide all the technical infrastructure, the development team, and of course, critically, that sustained government funding that makes this free for participating institutions. The middle layer is the JPCOAR. It's a national community of repository professionals. They coordinate training, they run a support desk, they facilitate peer-to-peer learning. Institutions aren't alone, they're learning from each other and they're sharing solutions. And then of course, at the top, you have the individual institutions handling their own repositories and providing direct support to their researchers. So there's, the local needs, the local context, and those local relationships. All of these platforms we link them out. There's a resources slide at the end. We would welcome and encourage you to go out and visit them and check them out. You can, most of them have English facing interfaces, so you can learn more about how they're operating. And I'm going to hand this back over to Jen.
That was amazingly explained, Mary Kate. That was great. So that I think is sort of that's the bulk of what we've been working on till this point. And so what happens next is exciting for us is now that we have been to visit the Tokyo, now we get to work on what we learned. We collected data, we took notes, we had little meetings together throughout our workshops. And we will continue to assess the situation at our institutions. And we prepare for the next workshop, which is hosted by my campus, where we will bring members from the NII from Tokyo over to the desert. And we will be hosting them in the same way they hosted us. We will be mapping our existing infrastructure to develop plans for metadata, standards, workflows, and how we will move forward this partnership. We are hoping that this exchange will lead to a pilot RDM framework. Again, capacity building amongst all of us at the CSU, including librarians and administrators, and hopefully a foundation for future grant proposals and for broader U.S. repository network collaboration. One of my intentions in writing this grant was to just share everything. I think in the past, when I've looked for people's works when they made big decisions around infrastructures, it was always really hard to find how they made those decisions around them. And so the goal is to just share everything. And so we so far have been working together to figure out how that's going to happen. And we will make announcements on when it does. And that is our goal. So I guess at this point, we also, I should mention, we've put this picture in because we also did some fun team bonding activities, one of which was amazing sumo, not to mention also the very fun karaoke night with our colleagues at the NII, who amazingly sung a lot of English songs as well as Japanese songs. But this was an outstanding activity to do. And so we'll put this here while we turn off record.
Perfect. So once again, everyone, thank you so much for coming back. What we're going to hear is public access to federally funded research data, where the mandate's working. Please join me in welcoming Andrea Medina Smith from Gateway PhD program at San Jose State University, as well as Manchester Metropolitan University. I apologize for mispronouncing the name, and I practice. I will hand it over to you. Thank
All right.
you.
Thank you very much, Sharon. I appreciate it. My name is Andrea Medina Smith. I'm currently the executive editor of Sage Data and a student within the Gateway PhD program, which is a joint program between the I School at San Jose State and Manchester Metropolitan in the UK. So today I'm going to be talking about 4 things when it comes to the public access mandates, the federal public access mandates. First, I'm going to be talking about the background to it and then my thesis approach, give a little background on myself as well. I'll talk about the memoranda themselves, then how we currently go about measuring federal open data, maybe some possibilities for the future, and then moving forward and some thoughts about the current situation that we're in. So first off, my name, again, Andrea Medina Smith. I am a 4th year PhD student. So I'm right in the thick of data collection and I'm pretty much done with data collection and I'm about to start data analysis. You'll hear me use the term thesis a lot because the degree that I'm earning is from Manchester Met in the UK. They use the term thesis instead of dissertation. If you're getting a master's degree in the UK, you write a dissertation. Very confusing for the first few weeks, but you get used to it pretty quickly. I may go back and forth. If I try and code switch, I'll try not to do that. Just know I'm writing a really big paper about this. All right. So, background. In 2013, there were two federal memos released which laid out the principles and goals to make all federally funded research data publicly available. They chose to use the term public access instead of open access. Open access, as we all know, is a global movement. It's also a business plan. So the federal government wanted to make clear they were not going to say, yes, public access is the business plan. They weren't going to put their weight behind that. So they chose the term public access. As of today, the tools that measure both the impact of the policies and also data set usage are in flux. There's a lot of different ways to do it. We don't really know how great those ways are yet. We haven't evaluated them very much. But we do know that a lot of them do leave a lot to be desired. So when we talk about data set usage, we often talk about counting views and downloads from a repository, but we really don't know what a view or a download actually means when it comes to usage. We also know that the state of federal R&D is uncertain. A lot has changed in the past 9 months or so. I came to this project because for almost 15 years, I was a data librarian at the National Institute of Standards and Technology, which is an agency under Commerce, or the Department of Commerce, and it basically acts as the United States Institute of Metrology. So we help set standards for measurement across the US. The researchers there also work in community with the international community to help define things such as the kilogram. And that was recently redefined with an equation. It was the last physical object standard that was left behind. The researchers do cybersecurity standards. They write standards for everything from what should be in peanut butter through the standard reference materials program so that companies that are doing testing and calibration of certain machines can know exactly what they're testing with these reference materials, to standards for vaccine refrigeration. So they do research all over the place. My role while I was there as a data librarian was to help train folks in research data management, writing research data management plans and putting those into the system that we are required to use, and then also making their data available to the public. All of that was wrapped up with lots of training, lots of hand-holding, a lot of moving about and helping write the policies for specific to NIST researchers. NIST did about 95% of their work in-house, so they have lots of staff scientists. There's only about 5% of the budget that goes to grants, where a lot of the agencies that I'll be discussing today, the majority of their budget, NIH, Department of Energy, a lot of their budget goes to grants instead of staff scientists. They do have staff scientists, but the ratios are sort of flipped. Okay, so currently as an editor at Sage, I work on a product called Sage Data. It takes statistical data from governments around the world, so open data. It takes some private data and puts them into a platform where students can learn data literacy skills and also learn how to use data for research. But this platform makes it so that they don't have to learn Python or R or anything like that to dive into the data. So it's a lot simpler to get started. All right. So the aim of the thesis research. In order to describe the impacts of these memos, we need to understand what it means, what impact means in the context of the memos, in the context of the required agency responses to those memos. And I've done some interviews with authors of the memoranda from both OMB and the Office of Science and Technology Policy, looking at what their experience writing the memo was and what sort of coalesced within those offices to get those memos out the door. I'm going to do that through a discourse analysis of the texts, a framework analysis of the same text, and then a comparison between those two results. Oops. Very quickly, I want to talk about my methodology. So the methodology is kind of the worldview that I am bringing to this research. So it includes my worldview and then also the research worldview that I'm bringing. So I take the position that while the data produced by NIST and NOAA, which are the two agencies I'll be focusing on, they're post-positive in the post-positivist vein of science, meaning the meaning that is derived from this research is objective. They're trying to count how many electrons are in a certain state of matter within a laser beam, or how cold is the safest place or the safest temperature for vaccine deliveries, wind speed, things that seem to have an objective truth to them. But the meaning, what does that wind speed mean to us, is interpretive. We can say that, the wind speed of 75 miles an hour is nearly hurricane force, if not hurricane force, here on Earth. But if you're a planetary researcher and looking at wind speeds on Mars, 75 miles an hour might not really matter. So it's either good or it's bad. We assign these meanings to the facts based on where we're coming from. So the organization that's doing the research is seeking an objective truth in the measurements it produces from samples or simulations, and then the data that ends up publishing. However, the impact of that data is influenced by the perspectives, the positionality, and culture of the stakeholders describing and assigning meaning to the events involved in the data sets after production. So that's a fancy way of saying everybody comes to this data and to a certain data set, looks at it, and they bring their own perspectives, their own standpoint to view that data. And they're going to make meaning that differs from person to person or community to community from those data sets. So add to it, I've got a personal worldview that's feminist, it's interpretivist, and as you can see from the diagram, they don't align. So what does that mean for this research study? Well, it means that critical theory, equity, and equality are going to be the foremost lenses of interpretation that I take. And inclusivity of perspectives is really important. And each interpretation has bias of one sort or another, including my own bias. All right, let's get to the meat of what I'm looking at. So that's where I'm coming from. In February of 2013, the Holdren Memo was released, which is officially titled Increasing Access to the Results of Federally Funded Scientific Research, was released by the Office of Science and Technology Policy. It required agencies with over $100 million in research and development budgets to create a public access plan for its research outputs, specifically publications and research data. For data, it specified that data management plans, or DMPs, are required of both intra and extramural or grant-funded projects. It promoted the use of accessible repositories. It allowed the inclusion of costs for data management in grants budget. That's actually kind of a big thing, but out of scope for me. And it also encouraged collaboration with third parties like private industry and academia to reach these goals. Plans were to be in place and implementation to begin in October of 2015, so fiscal year 2016. This is all happening during the second Obama administration. There were a couple weaknesses, I think, in what they were asking for. It didn't require data to be published, only that access is maximized and promoted. I think that was the biggest weakness. And some of that comes from when it was published. In 2013, we didn't have a great idea of what were standards for data publication online. We had some ideas, but we didn't know which would work. We didn't know how the community would respond. That's pretty much the reason that I've heard it was not required. I think it would have been a great big step if it had been required. Next up, we have M1313 from the Office of Management and Budget. So that's the other side of, or another side of the Executive Office of the President. The Office of Budget and Management released M1313, Open Data Policy, Managing Information as an Asset, about 3 months later in May of 2013. This also followed on the heels of the executive order, which made open and accessible formats the default for government information. And this memo was designed to be a framework guiding agencies in implementing that EO and other related policy goals, including the Holdren memo. Specifically, it required the use of open and machine readable formats for data. It requires both an enterprise inventory of data assets along with a public data listing derived from it. So the enterprise data inventory has everything. It's got operational data, it's got administrative data, it's got things that you aren't going to make public. It's got research data that you are going to make public. And so it was, here's the big giant one that you'll have available, and then here's the public data listing underneath it. The memo also established the project Open Data, which is a collective of resources and references to enable this work. Together, these two memos establish working ideals for government research data and encourage their release in a manner that was what we now term fair, and what is now thought of as to be aligned with the FAIR principles. Things should be findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. We didn't have that language at that point. The FAIR principles came out in 2016. But when you go through and read the memos, they're pointing toward these values and these ideals. Okay, so there were different responses to the memos. The Holdren memo, there were 13 agencies that provided plans. Compliance was tracked through metrics like number of data sets that were published, and they also used congressional update reports to monitor how compliance was going and any issues that were aligned with it. M1313, so all agencies had to provide responses to M1313. It covered everyone. So again, the data that they were talking about wasn't just research data, administrative data like personnel files, operational data like facilities budgets, or just budgets generally, and research data. Compliance for this was measured through updates to information resource management plans, which is part of creating those was compliance with other acts and bills and monographs of policy that came out much, much earlier, and also through the creation of these enterprise data inventories that were slurped up by data.gov. The mandates evolved over time on the research data side and the public access side through OSTP in August of 2022. The Nelson memo was released. It now required the release of data backing up publications at the same time as the publication was released. And it also, on the publication side, I didn't mention this requirement for the Holdren memo. It eliminated the Holdren memo's embargo. So you publish a paper, a public access copy should be available the same day it's published by the publisher. And the data that backs it up should now be available to the public. A lot of the talk around the research data is research data tied to publications, but it wasn't. NIST and other agencies have not taken it as data should be made public that is tied to a publication alone. You can have standalone data be made public as well, if that is either what your discipline uses, or if you just have some really great data that you want to get out there and you don't quite know what you're going to do with it. That's not always the case, but there's a lot of research data that is put out into the public. The researchers have one plan for it and they put the rest out in the public to see how it will be reused. So when these memos came out and when implementation, right when implementation started, there were other ways to get your data out there. There were repositories, a few, but that wasn't the main way data was made available at the time. They were made available through supplemental materials to publications. So those spreadsheets that you can click on next to the PDF, that would be the supplemental material. Good old-fashioned data journals. So the Journal of Physical and Chemical Reference Data is one that basically for almost 100 years now publishes data tables. And it's just lots and lots of data tables, which are incredibly important to the physical chemists and the physicists that use it. But using a PDF table is really hard. So it's not ideal. There were one-offs on a web server. They could be on the .gov website, could be on a researcher's university affiliated website, could be on their personal server. There was no rules around where you should be publishing that. And oftentimes if it was published through a government website or based on government funding, it wasn't properly tracked for release either. There were databases, official databases of various agencies. And then NIST has a very special data type called standard reference data, which is highly curated, very exacting data sets. And those are one of the few government resources that can actually be copyrighted. They have a whole act of Congress to let us do that. But the problem with these different ways of making your data available is that they were nearly untrackable, still are. They're poorly cited because there wasn't the culture of citing data at that point in time, and we're not quite sure how we're supposed to be citing it often. And unfortunately, a lot of times they were afterthoughts to the published paper, especially if you're thinking about the supplemental materials. Not always, but sometimes they were. So beginning in October of 2015, these mandates came into effect. Agencies were now responsible for making sure staff scientists and grantees had training in responsible data management, creating DMPs because they were now required, and they needed to help people publish their data. So a couple things happened. Agencies began to upload public data listings to data.gov, and here you can see on the right, this is from the Wayback Machine, the homepage of data.gov in mid-October of 2015. There were already almost 200,000 data sets there. And DMPs are now required at agencies. We didn't have to make them public, but they were required. And many built their own repositories or improved on repositories that had already been in development or who had already been developed by a certain group within that agency. On the left, there's an image of the NIST Science Data Portal. This is an image from much more recently because somehow this did not get caught up by the Wayback Machine. And so I couldn't get an old picture of it from the first time. I remember when we first released it, we didn't have the pretty pictures. We had icons like data.gov, but not the pretty pictures. Okay, but what you're really here to learn about is what was happening with this data. What's happened in the past decade with this data? So we know that at the beginning of 2025, data.gov had just over 300,000 data sets. So that's in 10-ish years, 9-ish years, rise of 115,000 data sets listed. But we still don't really know if things are being reused. It's hard to assess. We know that. It's even gotten harder in the past, over the past year. But I have a small bibliographic example, or excuse me, bibliometric example of what we can see. And we can see citations to some data sets within the data citation corpus. The data citation corpus is a massive data set of data to publication citations and linkages that was created by Make Data Count, which is a research project between the California Digital Library and DataCite, among others, and the Chan Zuckerberg Institute. So what they have done is basically scraped the web and scraped publications to come up with, I think their version 4 has about 11 million rows. So that's 11 million citations. And they're not necessarily from structured citations. They've scraped these publications to find where a data set is mentioned. The only thing that is required to make that linkage is that the data set is using some sort of persistent identifier. So if it's from the genome bank, it's going to have a GenBank identifier. If it's a data set that's been registered with DataCite, it's going to have a digital object identifier, but it has to have some sort of persistent identifier to link them. So we know that that's going to be an undercount, but we can get an idea of what's happening. So between NIST and NOAA, NIST has published about 1,300 data sets since implementation. NOAA's various repositories have way more, about 20,000 data sets, which are registered with DataCite. Using the corpus, we can identify 404 different data sets from NIST, 523 from NOAA, and 3,700 or so citations to them. So for NIST, I think that's a pretty good rate. It's almost a third of them are showing up with citations. Some are used way more than others. The NIST chemistry webbook, way more, probably a quarter of those citations are to just that one resource. But you know, still a quarter of our data sets is a quarter of the NIST data sets. And again, it's likely an undercount. It's likely an undercount because citations are still not standard. They're not standard. This is a web scraping job. It's doing the best that it can, but it's not picking up everything quite yet. There are two other places that if I was doing a full bibliometric analysis, I would do a lot more digging in. One is going to be patents. So looking at the technology transfer, using data to back up a new technology, and also in policy. I know that say the webbook, the chemistry webbook, does show up in policy documents from around the world. It also shows up in patents. We've done the library, when I was at NIST, did a bibliometric analysis of the chemistry webbook at one point to see what was happening with it. So those are three different paths that data can take when we want to measure their use. It's an incomplete picture, but it is a start. So we know that at least for NIST and NOAA, where I have actual data from it, their research data is getting out there. It's being used some in the typical manner that we would see scientific knowledge growing through citations, but there's other ways that can be measured. We could talk more about views and downloads from their various repositories. That'll give you some inkling that people are taking a look at it and maybe they're downloading, maybe they're exploring it. We could probably look more into GitHub and other software sharing sites and see if the data is being cited within those projects. We know that data from NIST's research does get put into software, often by those same researchers, but then it gets shared and the software gets shared as well. A lot of these repositories that research agencies use also collect software. NIST is one of them. So data and software can sometimes be conflated or considered the same thing. NIST took the tack that generally they were more or less the same. They were a research output. They should be treated as such, and they should be treated as first level research. outputs like a publication. Okay. But what would it really take to understand how federal research data is being used? Well, I think there's three things that we need to think about when we're talking about really understanding that. One, what uses are actually considered important? Is it important that somebody's looking at a data set page or not? What's important in the memos? How do the memos describe that importance and describe the impact that they're looking for? So my thesis is looking at this from a qualitative point of view, again, using discourse analysis to peel back the layers of political speech and understand what's behind the memos. The second would be to standardize data citation as a first-class reference. I would say that no publication should happen without a data citation. And if you're not going to have a data citation, you should at the very least have a data availability statement. They both have their place. Citations are structured data, however, and so that's more easily parsed by machines. If I could have anything, I'd want there to be both, especially when there is no data. So, certain disciplines, the humanities and the like, often say, well, they don't really have data in the same way that physics has data. But then you can describe in your data availability statement, well, my data wasn't data, it was images from a 16th century book of days. And that's your data. And where did you get that? Where do you have access to that? Finally, we want to come to grips with what downloads and views mean for data sets within repositories. I don't think that this is necessarily the case, but the type of thinking that I would want to have is, is there a standard equation in a given discipline that could maybe say for every X downloads or Y views, Z citations occur? I don't think that's the case, but that's the sort of thinking that we might want to be getting at. Do views mean anything beyond browsing? Can we trace a researcher's activity, intellectual activity, from views to actual usage of data and reusage of data to the expansion of a field's knowledge? So those are the places we need to do more research. My thesis is going to be looking at number one, what counts as impact, what uses are important. And those are the questions I'm trying to answer in my thesis. Okay. So in this part, I'm speaking for myself. I'm not speaking for any agency or my employer or the universities that I'm affiliated with. This is just my opinion and my perspective as a former federal librarian. We're at a pivot point. Originally, I had an image of an explosion here, but I really don't want to make light of the real damages caused by the Trump administration. Research data has been removed from government websites, adjusted. For example, in some CDC data sets, gender is now sex, and there's only 2 options. There might not have been other options before that, but the column has been changed, the variable name has been changed. It might just not be updated anymore for these long time series studies that we have with various statistical agencies. The percentage of the data that this has actually occurred in is relatively small if we look at the whole of the government's data sets, but the lasting impact is massive. It's not necessarily data directly, but this year the EPA canceled 2 grants to Alaskan villages that were working to understand the nature of storm surges in their area and what they could do to protect themselves from them. Those villages are basically gone at this point because of storm surges in the past few weeks. And now we have the government shutdown, which is going on to day 22. And more data is at risk through neglect and not just policy changes. So we're at a pivot point. We have to pivot our expectations of what federal government data is going to be. Is it going to be complete anymore? Probably not as complete. Is it going to be as reliable and verifiable? We don't know. There are a lot more questions at this point in time than we have answers for, but we need to be tracking what those questions are and start to formulate answers. On a personal level, it's definitely changed the way I'm pursuing data for my thesis. It's micro potatoes compared with the real world impacts of these administrations' attack on science and the civil service. But my thesis last December looked very different than it does today. There's a lot going on. Some agencies are charging ahead with public access changes like the NIH. So not every agency is pulling back. But if you lose more and more employees, or if the government's closed, you can't do any of the work. And some research dollars have been reestablished to universities that were pulled. And universities and other research organizations, I think, are going to end up taking on the brunt of data sharing in a way that some researchers were able to rely on their government partners to provide the space to do data sharing in a repository or the like. And I think for some statistical data sets, the states might have to step up. We'll see if that ends up happening, but that seems to be the most logical. And then now I just want to shout out to all the people who've been doing data rescue efforts. They're being coordinated by groups like the Data Rescue Project. I know they're always looking for volunteers. They've done some amazing work pulling this data in and using repositories like Data Lumos to safely house the data itself and then the metadata so that it can be reused going forward. All right. Time for questions? Does anybody have questions?
Thank you so much. I don't see any questions in the Q&A. However, it looked like we might have something in chat. Oh, that was Nick thanking us for the presentation. So are there anyone with some live questions? We know sometimes people can't get to the Q&A, but we'd like to know if anyone have any live questions for our presenter.
And I also have questions for those of you that are listening if people are interested.
All right, perfect. It looked like Caroline raised her hand. So Caroline, why don't was it Caroline or was it Carrie?
Caroline?
Caroline raised her hand. Sorry, Carrie. I was going to have you do a question. Caroline, why don't you go ahead and ask our presenter the question?
Oh, sure. Oh, Andrea, you are just, I'm connecting with your talk like you wouldn't believe. I'm with Jet Propulsion Laboratory, NASA's FFRDC in Pasadena, California. And yeah, just +1 and 100% to everything you said, especially at the end about the loss of data, data rescue. For several years, we've been involved in data citation mining in the literature. As in, we're working with a couple of repository managers who need to show their stakeholders that the data that is being housed in the repository is indeed being used and cited as a justification for funding. And I've reached out to a couple of NASA data scientists to see if there is an automated way or perhaps an AI way to discover these kind of buried citations. There really is no there's no standard across the literature. Publishers have standard ways. Individual publishers have standard ways to cite data in the literature. But how many publishers are there? So I would love to speak with you, either get your brief thoughts here or maybe connect with you offline to hear about what you know about literature citations of data and what is being done to hopefully standardize the process and make it less labor intensive on people who are trying to discover this stuff. Thank you.
Yeah, of course, Caroline. So my take on what the data citation corpus sort of did with working with publishers was sort of calling uncle. They worked for a dozen years trying to get publishers to have a standard data citation, yada, yada. And it didn't happen. The uptake is just not there. So they said, fine, we're just going to scrape the web for it. And that's not easy. I went in, I pulled down the corpus and using OpenRefined search for the prefixes for the different repositories run by NIST and NOAA. That's what I did. I know that at the Department of Energy's OSTI, they have a method that is pretty automated. I'm trying to remember her name. I believe her name is Marianne. I can get you her contact information if she's still there. When the government opens, you could ask her.
Please
But they
do.
have a
Yeah.
method for finding this, and none of them are super automated. None of them are a push button exercise. They say when you're looking at off-the-shelf programs, dimensions, Scopus, all those sort of things, they say they're capturing this information, but it's not complete, and that's fine. I mean, Scopus is using what's in the Elsevier framework. Web of Science ends up having what's within their world, and it's not complete, and that's okay as long as we understand that it's not complete. So no one's really answered that question well. We're all still marching toward getting, as my professors in library school said, bibliographic control over what's happening with research data.
Right, right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. Well, we're getting to the end of our presentation.